Chapter 1443. Clack, 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 clack. The rustling sound of branches and leaves rubbing against the ground could be heard clearly from the surroundings. In the dark forest, a group of dark figures slowly walked into Wu Yan, Hinajiku, and Mikoto's line of sight with their light footsteps. They were all completely black, wearing skull-like masks on their faces, black cloaks, and black cloth around their lower body. They didn't even have any hair. That's right. They are indeed monsters. On their bodies, other than their masks which are white, everything else is black. Head, body, muscles, limbs, along with their clothes, each assassin is absolutely black in color. In the darkness of the night, they are like ghosts floating in the forest, causing the already eerie atmosphere to become even more eerie. In the hands of the numerous assassins, daggers, blades, and short swords that shone with a cold luster were held between their fingers. As they moved with their owners, they flashed in the air again and again, causing one's heart to tremble. That is. Asa's assassins, Chuju and Mikoto's face tensed up, looking at the forest around them. We are completely surrounded. One by one, the black figures are closing in from all directions, shrinking the encirclement. Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto are surrounded in the middle. Some of them are even standing on the branches, aiming their sharp weapons at the three in the center. Come to think of it, once all of the assassins launched their attack, the encirclement would be filled with sharp daggers from top to bottom in an instant. Even though they are only peak stage 6. However, the assassin had the right time, the right place, and the right people. With the darkness of the night as their cover. With the surrounding forest as their cover, they have the absolute advantage in numbers. If it was Rin Dosaka and his group who came here, they would probably be scared silly. No. It's Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto. Looking at the encirclement. They also feel that it's a bit troublesome. Screw it. Mikoto was the first one to lose her patience. Electricity exploded from her body. Only peak stage 6, let's start the fight. After saying that, the electricity on her body leaped and drilled into the ground, causing the ground to tremble, creating a black wave. On the other hand, the assassins seemed to be stimulated as they raised the sharp daggers in their hands one by one. Swish, 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 swish. In the next moment, the sound of metal clashing against metal rang out in the surrounding space. Flashing arcs of light flashed in the surroundings, carrying with them a sharp sound. In this space, they converged towards the three people in the center. Those are the daggers that are flying through the air. Daggers that blotted out the sky and covered the earth shot toward the three people in the middle of the field like arrows, instantly filling everyone's field of vision. Ha! However, Mikoto's yell came in response to the onslaught of daggers. Like a gust of wind, the waves rolled, the black iron sand wave rolled up like a tornado, surrounding Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto. Clang, 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 clang. Not long after, a series of crisp clashing sounds rang out around the iron sand wave. The overwhelming number of daggers landed on the iron sand wave, as if they had collided with a violent wave. They were all sent flying without a single exception. Seeing this, Wu Yan also raised his hand, planning to attack the assassins. However, someone moved faster than Wu Yan. Whoosh! In the woods, a gentle breeze blew. A pink stream of light carried a sharp edge as it flew around the surroundings. Like a cool breeze dyed with color, it flashed across the middle of the many assassins that formed the encirclement at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Then, the assassins that were hit by the pink ray of light froze in place. TSS, 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 TSS. A series of ripping sounds echoed without any warning. The assassins who froze suddenly trembled as if they were cut by a sharp blade. Their chests burst open neatly as red blood spurted out. They fell to the ground and lost their breath. At this time, the pink ray of light hovered and quietly landed, revealing its original form. Pink hair fluttered in the air, beautiful to the extreme. With white cherry in her hand, Hinajiku tapped the ground with her feet and a fierce look appeared on her pretty face. With a leap, she once again turned into a stream of light, piercing through space and slicing through the assassins who couldn't react in time. As for the assassins that were hit by the pink light, they all followed the path of the assassins in front of them. Their chests were neatly cut open, blood spurted out, and they fell to the ground, unable to get up. Chuju. Wu Yan's hands stopped moving. He watched the assassins fall one by one under the pink ray of light Chuju's slashes. He was stunned on the spot. It wasn't just because Chuju took care of the assassins one by one, it was also because he could only vaguely catch a glimpse of Chuju's figure. Fast. She was too fast. Surprised? Mikoto suddenly spoke as the waves of iron sand around her gradually subsided. Actually, we were all surprised at first. Wu Yan looked at Mikoto in confusion. Chuju doesn't have a mystical ability like me, nor does she have a myriad of tactics like you. She's just a normal human, the only thing she has is the sword skills she learned from the kendo department in school. Mikoto smiled and turned around to look at Hinajuku, who had transformed into a flash of light and was reaping the lives of assassins one by one. Chuju was once confused. She didn't know if she should be like us and learn some mystical abilities, or learn do-chi or magic like the practitioners in the Spalier world. But in the end, Chuju gave up on all of these. Chuju felt that since the system gave her a level and allowed her to level up, then even if she didn't have any mystical abilities, she would still get stronger as she leveled up. Mikoto pointed at Chuju. Then, this is where Chuju's true strength lies. Fast. Faster than anyone. Like a person who was genuinely happy for her friend, Mikoto laughed proudly. Her sword is faster than people, her attacks are faster than people, even her attacks are faster than people. In terms of speed, Chuju is definitely the best out of all of us. Wu Yan couldn't help but look forward. Looking at Chuju, who turned into a ray of light and flew back and forth in the forest like a meteor, leaving a trail of light behind her as she slashed the assassins one by one. Wu Yan's wine-red eyes were filled with gratification. All this while, Wu Yan had been worried about Chuju's growth in strength. After all, just like what Mikoto said, Chuju didn't have any superpowers or magical powers. She didn't know how to perform magic or use any mystical abilities. She was just a normal human, unlike elves like Kotori and Kurumi. Her combat style had always been close-range sword skills. For this reason, Wu Yan had thought more than once of taking out some items from the system that could transform people or equipment with mystical abilities like relics for Chuju to use to increase her strength. It couldn't be helped. The abilities in the system, whether it was skills, talents, or lineage, could only be exchanged for by Wu Yan alone. Even for those skills that could be directly imprinted into Wu Yan's mind through memory, Wu Yan had to personally teach others before they could learn it. That's why Wu Yan could only rely on items and equipment. It's a pity that every time Wu Yan brought it up, Hinajuku would resolutely refuse his help. Chuju never once told him the reason. Wu Yan was always troubled by it, but now, he finally understood. Chuju has her own way of thinking and Chuju has her own path. She must have thought that since she had a sword skill from the start, she should stay loyal to it and rely on herself to become stronger. It was also because of this that there was such a beautiful figure that was both graceful and as fast as lightning right now. This proves that Hinajuku herself is not weak at all. Chapter 1444. Inside the mirror realm, an afterimage flew from afar and landed on the ground. The figure's footsteps tapped on the ground and dashed forward. The figure nimbly shuttled back and forth between the trees. The blurry black shadow dragged a long shadow as it shuttled through the dense forest. Then, with a leap, it landed on a branch of a tree. If one were to look closely, they would notice that the black figure who landed on the tree branch and passed through the forest at an extremely fast speed. He was wearing a pitch-black skin-tight suit and was holding two short daggers that flickered with a cold light. He was wearing a white skull mask on his face. It was none other than the assassin. Between the gaps of the skull mask, the assassin's eyes glowed fiercely. It's like a mad beast, proving that the assassin's owner has lost most of his sanity. The assassin who stayed on the branch didn't show any signs of life. It grabbed the two short daggers and wanted to jump up again. But when it tightened its leg muscles, the assassin stopped moving. A pink stream of light pierced through the assassin's body at an unimaginable speed. It whistled softly and pierced through the assassin's body. Ha! A groan that sounded like it was squeezed out from the throat of the assassin came from under the skull mask. His body trembled violently. On the assassin's chest, there was an empty hole. Then, the assassin's body dissipated and turned into black dust. It melted into the air bit by bit. At the spot where the assassin used to be, there was a card floating in the air. The pink stream of light wandered and landed on the branch, revealing its original form. It exposed the beautiful girl with long pink hair to the air. Chuju held White Cherry in one hand. His other hand reached out and grabbed the card that was suspended in the air. Phew. Chuju let out a sigh of relief. She looked at the card and smiled. Mission complete. Chuju. Under the tree. Wu Yan and Mikoto arrived at the tree. They waved at Chuju. Is it done? That was the last one. Chuju jumped down from the tree. She jumped down from the tree and arrived in front of Wu Yan. I didn't think a heroic spirit would run away after losing its mind. Hinajaku handed the card to Wu Yan. She complained. You made me waste so much effort. Even if she lost her mind, an assassin is still an assassin. Her instinct to run away when she failed to kill her target is deeply engraved in her soul. It's not strange for her to run away. Wu Yan shook his head helplessly. He took the card from Chuju and looked at it. On the front of the card was an assassin with a skull mask and two curved daggers. At the bottom of the card was a line of letters, Assassin. Class card, Asa's Private, Assassin, a card created with extremely high magical theory. It has the miraculous ability to trigger the power of a certain heroic spirit that corresponds to the card's class. The method of usage is as follows. Limited expansion, using magic attire as the medium, the class card as the pass to Seat of Heroes. Materialize the heroic spirit's noble phantasm and use it for a short period of time. Note, this class card is Assassin. The corresponding heroic spirit's noble phantasm is Delusional Illusion. Parallel limited expansion, with multiple magic attire as the medium and the class card as the pass to the Seat of Heroes, multiple heroic spirits relic corresponding to the class card can be materialized. The same relic can be materialized repeatedly. This is the overlapping expansion mode of limited expansion. Note, this class card is Assassin. The corresponding heroic spirit's noble phantasm is Delusional Illusion. Dream summoning, with the user as the medium and the class card as the pass to the Seat of Heroic Spirits, the user can summon the power of the heroic spirit corresponding to the class card and materialize it on the user's body. The user can turn into a heroic spirit and obtain the power of the heroic spirit corresponding to the class card. Note, this job rank card is Asa's Private, Assassin, and the corresponding heroic spirit is the Assassin of the 100 Faces, Hasan Mandala. Sabah. Delusional Illusion, a unique relic that can separate one's soul and make it independent. It can exist in the real world in the form of multiple bodies and create clones of oneself. The limit of the number of clones that can be created is up to 80 people. Note, the user's power will decrease as the number of bodies increases. If a body is split, the user's power will be halved and the body will have half of the user's power. If two bodies are split, the user's power will be 1/3 of the user's power and the other two bodies will have 1/3 of the user's power. So on and so forth. When the user has a maximum of 80 bodies, the user's power will be 180% of the user's power and each body will have 180% of the user's power. Looking at the card in his hand, Wu Yan smiled. Class card, Assassin. I'll take it then. So it's a noble phantasm. Mikoto also used the system to sense the information of the class card Assassin. She pouted. The limit is 80 people. That's cheating, but there are pros and cons as well. Hinajaku nodded in relief. No wonder I've always felt that the peak of Tier 6 is too weak. Even if it's an assassin whose strength is weaker to begin with, it's still a heroic spirit. It's impossible for it to be this weak. So it's all thanks to the noble phantasm. If the assassin doesn't use the noble phantasm, its power should be at least at the pinnacle stage of stage 7. Wu Yan shook his head. The difference in power is too big. It's useless even if there are more of them. After witnessing Chuju's power, the real assassin would know that it's the right thing to do no matter how stupid it is to keep its body and recover its power. That way, it can still fight for a while. Unfortunately, the assassin that uses the class card has no intelligence. Well, it saves me a lot of trouble. After that, Wu Yan kept the assassin's card. Crack. Crack. It was also at this moment that the arc light mirror that covered the entire sky suddenly cracked open. Then, as if there was a chemical effect, the whole mirror realm began to shake violently, and the sky was like a glass, cracking with a series of cracking sounds. Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto were slightly shocked, but they quickly reacted. The mirror realm was not a real world. It existed by relying on the distorted magic power of the heroic spirits. Once the materialized heroic spirit was defeated, the mirror realm would disappear, and the mirror realm where the other materialized heroic spirits were would shrink as well. By the time all 7 cards had been collected, the entire mirror realm would have completely disappeared. Let's get out of here. With that in mind, he grabbed Hinajuku and Mikoto's hands in each hand. His body emitted a majestic amount of mana. The entire forest that was in a state of collapse was filled with blue mist. A rainbow flashed and the 3 of them were teleported out of the mirror realm. Fuyuki City, Back Mountain. The world spun, and the 3 of them once again returned to the place where they had just set off for the mirror realm. I almost forgot that the mirror realm will disappear. Wu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He looked at the night view of Fuyuki City. I wonder if the disappearance of our mirror realm will affect Rin Enben's side? What? Do you care about that, Rin and Osaka? Hinajuku glanced at Wu Yan with a sour look as she continued. You can go and have a look. After all, the time for the mirror world's passage to stabilize hasn't passed yet. Why are you telling him so much, Chuju? Mikoto grabbed Chuju's hand and snorted. He can do whatever he wants. It has nothing to do with us. Leaving those words behind, Mikoto pulled Hinajuku's hand and walked down the mountain. Looking at the backs of the 2 girls walking away, Wu Yan shook his head and chuckled. Not honest at all. Chapter 1445. Fuyuki City. Wu Yan yawned as he put on his jacket. He walked into the living room and greeted them with sleepy eyes. Morning, morning. Unlike the groggy Wu Yan who just woke up, Hinajuku and Mikoto who are preparing breakfast and wearing aprons responded energetically. However, they quickly turned to look at Wu Yan who walked in with sleepy eyes. You're up? Chuju handed a glass of milk to Wu Yan and asked in surprise. Why are you up so early today? 8 a.m. Mikoto looked at the clock on the wall. She was surprised. It's too early for Yan, that's why I'm so tired. Wu Yan patted his cheeks to wake himself up and drank the milk. But there's something I'm worried about. I can't sleep if I keep sleeping like this. I might as well get up early and ask for confirmation. Something you're worried about? Hinajuku and Mikoto tilted their heads at the same time before sitting opposite of Wu Yan. What is it? About the cards. Wu Yan didn't intend to hide anything from the 2 girls. He took a sip of milk and narrowed his eyes. So far, we've recovered 3 cards. They're Lancer, Rider, and Assassin. Rin and Osaka has the Archer card. Last night, Rin and Osaka and the others also recovered a card, so we're left with 2 cards. In other words, in Fuyuki City, there are only 2 mana sources left that are distorted due to rank bottlenecks in the mirror realm. Wu Yan raised an eyebrow. But just now, when I tried to sense the remaining source of distorted mana, I found that there are actually 3 other sources of distorted mana. 3? Hinajuku and Mikoto were stunned for a moment before exclaiming. In other words. Wu Yan put down the glass of milk in his hand. Last night, Rin and Osaka didn't retrieve the cards for some reason. Either they ran into trouble and returned in failure, or they might have died in the mirror world. That's hard to say. That's impossible. Mikoto's eyes widened. You're saying that Rin and Osaka's people might have died in the hands of the materialized spirits? Dead? Chuju was shocked. That can't be right. Even if they're weaker than us, they could have chosen to retreat at a critical moment, right? The materialized spirits couldn't have chased them to the real world, right? That's why I said I'm worried. I wonder what kind of situation it is. Picking up a piece of bread, Wu Yan bit into it and mumbled in bewilderment. There's no point in making wild guesses here. I just want to go out and find Rin to Saga and see what happened. At the very least, I want to see if they're safe, that's. Chuju didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What's this? Aren't we enemies? In the end, we, as enemies, have to be concerned about them. How ironic. Although he said so, he didn't say anything. Mikoto didn't object to Wu Yan's suggestion. But I'm also worried about their situation. It's not a bad idea to go check it out. I'll go alone. Wu Yan waved his hand when he saw that Chuju and Mikoto were about to leave. We don't even know where Rin and Osaka and the others are. We'll just wander around like headless flies. I'm just going to try my luck. It's best if we meet them, but if we don't, then there's nothing we can do. There's no need for you to follow me. Hearing this, Chuju and Mikoto were helpless. It's true that they don't even know where Rin and Osaka and the others live. They don't even know where they usually appear. Even if they go out, it's just a matter of luck. Well, rather than trying your luck with me, why don't you go out shopping instead? He said with a smile. Wu Yan took a second piece of bread and stuffed it into his mouth before standing up. Then I'll go out first. Call me if you need anything. Okay. Chuju and Mikoto didn't say anything else. Be careful when you go out. Don't worry, he waved his hand. Wu Yan walked out of the hall. Today, the weather is a bit cloudy. It's early in the morning and the sky is gray. There's no sign of rain and no trace of sunlight. Today's temperature is neither too high nor too low. It's not a good day, but it's not bad either. At least there's no need to be afraid of the heat or the cold when going out. At this time, most of the people walking on the street are office workers. There are very few students wearing school uniforms. That's because today is a rare holiday. Wu Yan didn't know if Rin and Osaka and Livia were in school, but Iria and Mio should be at Suichu and Gakuin Elementary School. But today is a holiday, that's a bit difficult. Wu Yan walked along the street with the people around him. He looked around and scratched his face in annoyance. I forgot that today is a holiday. Even if I go to school, I won't be able to find them. So troublesome, that's what he said, but Wu Yan was still very concerned about what happened last night. His opponent is a dark spirit that doesn't have a mind of its own. It doesn't care if it's a child or a woman, it won't show any mercy. Since Rin and Osaka and the others didn't manage to retrieve their class cards last night, it's possible that something unexpected happened. Although he hadn't known Rin Osaka and the others for long, they were still the first people he had met after coming to this world. Furthermore, they had the same goal. Their natures weren't bad. They weren't friends, but they weren't real enemies either. It was impossible to say that he didn't care about their lives. What else can I do? Wu Yan sighed. I can only try my luck. When he said that, Wu Yan didn't have much hope. Fuyuki City isn't big, but it's not small either. If he wants to try his luck and see if he can find the person he's looking for, it's not like looking for a needle in a haystack, but the chances are slim. However, Wu Yan found out that his luck today is pretty good. After walking for a while, Wu Yan's footsteps suddenly stopped. His eyes lit up. On the street in front of him, a familiar figure that he had only seen once before appeared there, snow-white hair that reaches her waist. She's wearing a light shirt and a pleated skirt. Her eyes are as bright as rubies. Her face is as delicate as a doll. She's cute and beautiful. That's the new owner of the ruby, Ilya. At this moment, Ilya is standing at one end of the sidewalk, waiting for the light to turn green. She didn't notice Wu Yan behind her. She also didn't know that she met an enemy in name. She has a faint smile on her face and she seems to be humming a song. She seems to be in a good mood. Wu Yan relaxed quite a bit when he saw Ilya like this. She's in such a good mood. Even if she didn't retrieve her class cards, at least she didn't suffer any casualties. The light on the sidewalk began to turn green. The vehicles on both sides of the road also stopped. Ilya blended in with the surrounding crowd and walked to the other side of the sidewalk. She even walked to a side road. She doesn't seem like she's planning to go out to play. Wu Yan couldn't help but feel curious. He rolled his eyes and chuckled as he followed her. Gradually, Ilya left the city and walked to the suburbs. She plunged into a nearby forest. She didn't have the awareness of a 10-year-old child at all. She happily walked into the depths of the forest. Don't tell me she's planning to play some secret base game. Wu Yan, who was hiding behind a tree and secretly following Ilya, pondered for a while. He couldn't help but ridicule. Why do I feel like a strange uncle who's about to follow a little loli and commit some kind of crime? Although he said that, Wu Yan still followed her without realizing it. After a while, the surrounding trees began to become sparse, and the field of vision also became wider. A grassland full of green appeared in front of them, imprinted in their line of sight. After arriving here, Ilya stopped and looked around. There shouldn't be any problem here, right? Along with those words, a small black shadow flew out from Ilya's hair. Then, the ruby waved her ribbon-like limbs. Let's hurry up and start. Okay. Chapter 1446. BZZZ. A ray of light appeared on the vast green field. Within the light, the young girl by the name of Ilya closed her eyes and began to happily spin in circles. The clothes on her body gradually turned into white light particles and completely dissipated. As if they were replacing her, pink light particles suddenly appeared in the light and gathered around Ilya's body. Like living spirits, they nimbly fluttered around her body that had yet to lose its childishness and slowly took shape. In the end, the light also dissipated. The witty and cute little girl was holding a pink magic staff with 3 pairs of ribbons on it. She had changed into a pink pleated dress with more pink than white and landed on the ground with light footsteps. She stepped on the wild grass and opened her ruby-like eyes. She was exceptionally adorable. In that case, Ilya, who had entered her magical girl mode, seemed to be in high spirits. She stepped on her pair of feathered boots that seemed to have a pair of wings attached to them and lightly stepped on the ground. Then, Ilya began to fly. Yua! The feeling of flying is truly great. With a happy smile on her face, Ilya adjusted her body with great difficulty and floated in midair not far from the ground. It would appear that she did not dare to fly too high. Only at this time did I have the feeling of becoming a magical girl. Right? Right? Isn't it great? Ruby, who had transformed into a magic staff, also spoke with an excited tone as she twisted her ribbon-like limbs. But, even if you're a magical girl, Ilya, you've only just started. You still need a lot of training in order to surpass that older twin tails. Our purpose today is also special training. Don't forget about it. Ahaha. Ilya rubbed her little head in embarrassment. In that case, what should we be training in? Of course, it's the flying technique. Ruby answered without the slightest hesitation. This caused Ilya to be puzzled. But, don't I already know how to fly? Ilya, you can only be considered to be capable of flying right now. You can't be considered to be capable of flying. Ruby explained with a serious and playful tone. Ignoring everything else, you can only fly up, down, left, and right. However, it takes a very long time for you to do so. Your technique is also rather stiff. I can't fly skillfully, let alone move quickly. The efficiency of my mana usage is also very low. Magic power? Ilya tilted her little head, not fully understanding what was going on. Don't you have unlimited mana? Indeed, both Sapphire and I can provide you with unlimited mana, but the amount of mana you can use at once is fixed. Ruby explained. Just like a faucet, even if the switch is turned on, it can provide unlimited water. However, there's only so much water that can flow out in a second. The same goes for the mana we provide. Depending on the user's mana capacity, the amount of mana that can be provided in a second also varies. And flying requires a lot of magic power. If you can't effectively use your magic power and use a small amount of magic power to maintain flight, it will have a great impact on you. Really? Ilya began to examine her body. Why don't I feel anything? Isn't it also full of magic power? That's because you don't need to fight now. All of your mana can be used to provide flight. Of course, there won't be any burden. Ruby waved her arm. If you don't practice using a small amount of mana to fly skillfully, the amount of mana that can be provided to you in a battle will be very limited. Your damage output will be greatly reduced. You won't be able to deal with the spirit that broke the rules last night. Not enough damage output? Ilya tilted her head as if she understood something. Then, she smiled brightly. Then. If I use this, my damage output should be enough, right? Ilya reached for a card holder on her thigh and pulled out a card with an archer with a bow and arrow drawn on the front. Ruby exclaimed in surprise. Isn't this the archer's rank card? I got it from Sister Rin yesterday. She said that it might come in handy if she gave it to me. She can't use it herself. Ilya looked at Ruby with anticipation. Ruby, didn't you say that you can use yourself as a medium? Using the rank card to summon the spirit's relic? If I use this, my damage output will be much higher than mine, right? I'm sorry, Ilya. Ruby poured a bucket of cold water on her. There's a time limit to the relic's usage. Not only is the time limit short. After using it once, you can't use it again for a few hours. Even if you want to rely on the rank card, you can only use it for a short period of time. That's why the rank card can only be used at a critical moment. Rin has always used the rank card as a trump card. Not only that, each class card can only materialize one type of relic after it's limited to unfold. Not all of the relic are useful. Ruby spread her hands out regretfully. Unfortunately, the archer's rank card is useless. After the limited to open, only a bow will appear. There's not even an arrow. When Rin tried to shoot, she used the surrounding black keys to replace the arrow. Although the destructive power is indeed great, it's impossible for you to carry a bunch of black keys all the way. You have to replenish your ammunition after every battle, right? How can this be? Ilya shrugged her shoulders in disappointment. The relic used by the spirit called Rider the day before yesterday is so powerful. The strong one is that Pegasus. The Rider's noble phantasm only strengthens the Pegasus' strength. The Rider's noble phantasm itself is also very limited. Even if the card is in our hands and we can instantiate the noble phantasm at that time, there is no one to ride on to use it. It is also a meaningless noble phantasm. Ruby's tone became playful. Not to mention, the Rider card is still in the hands of that terrifying man. Oh? The moment Ruby's words left her mouth, a hand suddenly reached out and grabbed it. Under Ilya's exclamation, the entire wand was pulled out. So, in your eyes, I'm such a terrifying man. Upon hearing this voice and looking at this familiar person who appeared out of nowhere holding a ruby wand in his hand, Ilya's pretty face turned stiff. Even the ruby froze and did not move anymore. I wonder how it feels to bully a wand. Wu Yan raised Ruby with a smile and slowly increased the strength in his hand. Can you please tell me? Wah. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. Ruby immediately cried out and began to struggle. Violent opposition. Violent opposition. You are. Ilya began to stutter. That night. That terrifying man. Wu Yan rolled his eyes at Ilya. Girl, don't you know that it's bad to speak ill of others behind their backs? That's not what I said. Ilya's pretty face became flustered. She betrayed her ally without hesitation. It's Ruby who said it. Ilya. You actually betrayed me. Ruby's tone was filled with despair. I've misjudged you. Stop fooling around. Wu Yan knocked on Ruby's head, causing her to cry out in pain. Then, he threw her back to Ilya and raised his other hand. However, I didn't expect that I would obtain the archer card just like that. It's unexpectedly simple. Ilya, who received the ruby in a panic, was stunned. Then, she discovered that the archer card that was originally in her hand had unknowingly fallen into Wu Yan's hand. Eh. At that moment, Ilya became even more panicked. Her eyes were filled with tears. It's over. I lost the card. Sister Ling will definitely not let me off this time. Looking at Ilya, who looked like she was about to cry, Wu Yan was speechless. Raising the archer card in his hand in front of Ilya, Wu Yan chuckled. Do you want to go back? Ilya was stunned. Then, she nodded her little head without hesitation. It's not that I can't. Flicking the archer card, Wu Yan let the bottom corner of the card stop at his fingertip. Swiftly turning it around, he said. But, you have to answer a question of mine first. Chapter 1447. With Ilya's explanation, the truth of why there were 3 magic distortion locations left in Fuyuki City was also exposed. There should only be 2 magic distortion locations left, but the reason why there were 3 is because last night, Rin Enben and the others encountered a tricky situation when they were retrieving the cards. It's not that someone suddenly jumped out like Wu Yan, Chuju, Mikoto, and the others, causing Rin Enben and the others to miss the time to enter the mirror realm, but last night, Rin Enben and the others didn't defeat the materialized heroic spirit at all. The reason is very simple, that heroic spirit broke the rules. It's not a joke, it's a real violation of the rules. The enemy Rin Enben and the others encountered last night was a caster, magician. Among all the heroic spirits, only those who have reached the highest level of magic attainment can meet the conditions to become a caster, magician. Due to this characteristic, the heroic spirits who meet the requirements to become a caster, magician, tend to have relatively low combat ability. Moreover, because most of the heroic spirits have magic resistance, to a certain extent, the caster, magician, is evaluated as the weakest profession. However, that's only when compared with the heroic spirits of other professions. Although the combat ability of a caster, magician, is relatively low, their magic attainment is extremely terrifying. Some of them even far surpass the modern magicians. Even the magicians can't be compared with them. Last night, the caster, magician, that Ilya and the others encountered was precisely such a character. This is not the real reason why Ilya and the others returned in defeat. The real reason why they returned in defeat was that the caster, magician, that Ilya and the others encountered last night had already turned the mirror realm space into his own territory. He built the mirror realm into his own shrine. What was used was the magic of the mythological era that had been lost. Using a pre-constructed magic circle to launch a super powerful magic, it continuously bombarded Ilya and the others who had entered the mirror world with magic, causing them to suffer a lot. Imagine, the entire sky is filled with magic circles. There are at least hundreds and thousands of them. Moreover, each magic circle can instantly launch a magic attack that can shatter a person's bones. When combined, they can even break through the A-level magic barrier. There's also the magic rain curtain that fell like raindrops. In addition, the magic that caster, magician, uses is not ordinary magic but the lost magic from the mythological era. Its power is unbelievable. Just thinking about it makes people feel cold. Not only that, caster, magician, was still in mid-air, in the center of the sky full of magic circles, and in front of him, there was a planar barrier that could reflect magic, so the attacks of Ilya and others couldn't reach caster, magician. The enemy's firepower is strong enough to break through the barrier. There is no way to defend. On the other hand, all of the attacks from this side were completely blocked. Not even the slightest bit of damage was inflicted. How are they going to fight? As a result. In other words, last night, Rin Enben, Luvia, Ilya, and Mio joined forces to resist caster, magician, and the result was a crushing defeat. Caster, magician, is in the middle of the sky, and there's a plane in front of him that reflects magic power. Long-range attacks are definitely useless. They can only fight in close range. Moreover, the attack magic circle and the plane of reflection set by caster, magician, are of the type with fixed coordinates. There's no way to move them. Therefore, as long as they can fly above the magic circle and the plane of reflection, Ilya and the others can have a real battle with caster, magician. That was why Ilya had come here to undergo special flying training. After she can fly skillfully, she will enter the mirror realm to take revenge, so that's how it is. After listening to Ilya's explanation, Wu Yan smiled bitterly. Caster, magician, actually turned the mirror realm into his own temple. He prepared the attack formation and the defense platform in advance. This is really against the rules. Really, isn't the materialized heroic spirit irrational? Why does he know how to prepare in advance? Ahahaha. Ilya could only respond with a dry laugh. Then, she raised her hand weakly. I've already told you the details. Can you return the archer card to me? Don't worry. Although I also need this class card, it's not to the point where I have to grab it now. I won't break my promise. Seeing Ilya's cautious look, Wu Yan shook his head in amusement and threw the archer card back to Ilya. Ilya quickly took the archer card and breathed a sigh of relief. Great. If this is gone, Sister Rin will definitely not let me go, indeed. Wu Yan also agreed with her. That Miss Rin is very violent, ahahaha. Ilya laughed dryly again. She secretly cast her gaze on Wu Yan. Looking at Wu Yan's helpless expression, she chuckled. What? Big brother, you're actually a good person, huh? This sudden comment stunned Wu Yan. Me? A good person? Indeed, you're surprisingly easy to get along with. Ruby also spoke cheerfully, unlike her usual self. Rin, that fellow, has always said that you're a heinous big bad guy. You won't even let a child go. You're definitely the public enemy of women who will molest you. Iya, I'm scared now, oh? Wu Yan suddenly sneered. Is Rin and Osaka saying bad things about me behind my back? Seeing Wu Yan's sneer, Ilya felt a chill in her heart. She prayed for Rin and Osaka. I hope that Sister Rin can still survive the next time we meet. Whoosh! At this moment, a sharp piercing sound entered Wu Yan and Ilya's ears. The two of them raised their heads at the same time and looked towards the source of the sound. Then, they saw, a little girl of the same age as Ilya, holding a blue magic wand, fell from the sky like a meteor with tears streaming down from the corners of her eyes. That person is Meiyu. The direction Meiyu fell in was exactly where the two of them were at this moment. Yua! Ilya screamed. Even Wu Yan's brain short-circuited and his reaction was half a beat slower. By the time he regained his senses, Meiyu, who had her eyes closed, was already smashing towards him. Resisting the urge to curse, Wu Yan didn't have the time to ridicule this scene. He extended his hand and a weak magic flow appeared on it. He pressed his hand against Meiyu's head. A hand surging with magic pressed down on Meiyu's back from zero distance, and at the moment of contact, it launched an extremely small impact, directly neutralizing the inertia of Meiyu's body and the impact caused by the fall. With a flip of his hand, Wu Yan loosened his grip and Meiyu fluttered down into his arms. Wu Yan carried her in his arms like a princess in midair. Meiyu. Seeing Meiyu with her eyes closed and tears in the corner of her eyes, Ilya didn't know how to react. Is it so hard to be a magical girl these days? Wu Yan ridiculed. Even if you don't want to be a magical girl, you don't have to take it too hard, right? Meiyu, who had her eyes closed, was slightly stunned. She quickly opened her eyes. When she saw Wu Yan holding her in his arms, her pupils shrunk and the wand in her hand reflexively waved. Unfortunately, such a simple attack was blocked by Wu Yan with one hand and held the sapphire wand in his hand. I saved you and you're biting the hand that feeds you? You. Meiyu was shocked at first. Then, she calmed down a little and began to struggle. Let go of me. Let go of you? Wu Yan raised his eyebrows. Do you want to have intimate contact with the ground so much? Meiyu realized that she was still in the air. To be precise, she was still in the arms of Wu Yan, who was still in the air. This time, Meiyu couldn't move anymore. However, her pair of orange eyes were still filled with vigilance. Wu Yan sighed. The cute girls these days are really not cute. Chapter 1448. Fuyuki City, City Center. This is the most prosperous area of Fuyuki City. It is also the commercial street with the most people and the most complete variety of products in the city. Here, almost all the necessities, luxury goods, decorations, and so on could be found. There were all kinds of shops, and some shops and small stalls that specialized in providing food. Therefore, this was also the most popular place among the girls in Fuyuki City who liked to shop. At this moment, in an outdoor cafe on one of the commercial streets, Ilya and Meiyu are sitting opposite Wu Yan at a table on the platform outside. The scene is very awkward. Ilya and Meiyu are actually both students of the private Suichuan Gakuin Elementary School. Moreover, they are classmates. Even their seats are at the front and back of each other. However, anyone who saw Ilya and Meiyu sitting together in this manner and felt the atmosphere between them wouldn't feel that their relationship was good, nor would they feel that they were close to each other. Rather than calling them friends or classmates, it would be better to call them strangers who happen to share a table with each other. But, not only do the two know each other, they are also inextricably linked. Because of this, the atmosphere in front of Wu Yan became very awkward. Ignoring everything else, Ilya really wants to escape right now. But, not long after, this thought was dispelled by Ilya. Coming. Holding 3 sundaes in his hand, Wu Yan came out of the outdoor cafe and arrived beside Ilya and Meiyu. He placed the sundaes on the table and sat down. As expected of the most famous cafe in Fuyuki City. I have to line up myself just to buy something. However, neither Ilya nor Meiyu paid any attention to Wu Yan, who was complaining. That's because the attention of these two young girls has already been taken away by the sundaes before them. There are 3 thick layers of ice cream. Each layer is the size of an apple. There are countless pastries and candies around it. The ice cream is decorated to the point that its original form cannot be seen. The top is also decorated with cherries and strawberries. It is indescribably luxurious. Let alone Ilya, even Meiyu, who has become a nouveau riche like Livia's family, has never seen such a luxurious version of the sundaes before. Both of them were stunned. She looked at the 3 sundaes. He was speechless. I specially added some ingredients. On top of that, it's with your own hands. Upon seeing Ilya and Meiyu's silly expressions, Wu Yan could not help but laugh. You're welcome, eat as much as you want. Hearing this, Ilya wanted to politely decline as a sign of politeness, but that luxurious version of the sundae made her unable to harden her heart. For a time, even her eyes became moist. Meiyu also had a tangled expression. He had a pained expression as if he really wanted to eat it but couldn't. Alright, stop wasting time. Seeing this, Wu Yan could only shake his head and laugh. It's just a cup of sundae. Do you have to be so conflicted about it? Then. Ilya hesitated for a moment. In the end, she could not resist the temptation of the luxurious sundae and raised her spoon. Then I won't be courteous. Meiyu also lowered her head and remained silent for a while. Then, she silently picked up the spoon and scooped a small mouthful together with Ilya before sending it into her mouth. Woo! The next moment, the 2 girls made a sound similar to happiness. Ha! It's delicious. Ilya could not help but let out a carefree sigh. Meiyu's expression also became much better. It was no longer as cold as it was at the beginning. Both of them were like real children. One's expression was full of happiness, and the other's eyes were also filled with joy as they ate the luxurious sundae in front of them. It was only at this time that Wu Yan realized that these 2 girls who were about 10 years old were really very cute. While eating the sundae, Wu Yan also took the opportunity to ask Meiyu why she fell from the sky. Maybe it's because of the side-eye. Mio isn't as hostile towards Wu Yan as she used to be. Although it's hard for her to say it out loud, she still put on a straight face and confessed. The result made Wu Yan and Ilya a little speechless. In order to deal with Castor, Ilya needed to practice flying. Naturally, Meiyu also needed to practice flying. Unfortunately, compared to Ilya, Meiyu's flying practice journey was full of ups and downs. Both wands had the ability to provide unlimited magic power to their users and use the user's imagination as the source to turn the user's imagination into reality, becoming a real attack. It was the same for Ilya and Meiyu if they wanted to fly. They needed to first establish an imagination and a strong impression of flying in their minds before they could successfully fly. In this regard, Ilya did not have any difficulty. As an ordinary little girl, her longing for magical girls was enough to make her fantasize and form the impression that magical girls can fly. Therefore, when it came to flying, Ilya could fly. However, Meiyu could not. Not only was this girl's grades very good, but her thinking was also inclined towards rationality. Similar to Ilya's impression of magical girls can fly, Meiyu formed the impression that people can't fly. This made it so that not to mention flying, even floating in the air was extremely difficult. Therefore, in order to change Meiyu's stubborn thinking, Livia thought of a method. She pushed Meiyu down from the helicopter. Then, Meiyu successfully became a magical girl that fell from the sky and was successfully captured by a certain wolf. What a scam. It's not easy to be a magical girl. In the end, Wu Yan gave such a comment. Looking at you too, Ilya shouldn't have a problem, but it's not that easy for Meiyu to fly. Tonight's battle against Castor will be a bit difficult. Meiyu-sama is already working very hard. Sapphire, who was hidden behind Meiyu's neck by her hair, couldn't help but speak. The reason why she can't fly smoothly is because Meiyu-sama is too smart. That's right, that's right. Ruby, who was hidden behind Ilya's neck by her hair, also spoke. Look at Ilya, she's still at the age where she loves to dream. She won't consider the process or order at all. She'll just imagine the result. Rather than saying it's a fantasy, it's better to say it's a delusion. However, it's precisely because of this kind of silly personality that she's able to do things that others find difficult to do. Your words don't feel like you're praising me. Ilya's face was full of black lines. Moreover, Meiyu-sama is also a primary school student like me. The age where she loves to dream should be the same, right? Dream? However, Meiyu said such a sentence with a strange expression. Should I dream very often? Huh? Ilya was shocked. Not to mention Ilya, even Wu Yan was dumbfounded. I say, Meiyu. Although he didn't dare to believe it, Wu Yan still asked. Don't tell me you want to say that you've never dreamed before? No. Meiyu shook her head. It's just that I've never dreamed that I can fly. This. Wu Yan and Ilya looked at each other. Then I'll ask you something first, Meiyu. Wu Yan looked at Meiyu with a slightly embarrassed smile. What kind of dreams do you usually have? Meiyu was silent for a moment. Then, she spoke. The entire process of building a car. Wu Yan and Ilya widened their eyes. The entire process of building a submarine. Wu Yan and Ilya's mouth opened into an O shape. The entire process of building a plane. Wu Yan and Ilya's cheeks were covered in cold sweat. The entire process of building a rocket launcher. Meiyu was still calm. But, if it fails, I think it's a problem if it succeeds. Wu Yan almost flipped the table. Or rather, none of the previous ones failed. What an earth-shattering person. Ruby couldn't help but ridicule. I think it's better if you don't become a magical girl. It's more suitable for you to become a lab rat, Lady Meiyu. Sapphire held back her words for a long time. In the end, she squeezed out this sentence. Thank you for your hard work. Ilya wiped the cold sweat on her forehead. She was glad that she spoke. Now, I finally know how happy my childhood was. It's great that I don't have to be immersed in the world of books. In conclusion, Meiyu's way of thinking is too rational and too particular. Wu Yan put down the spoon in his hand with a bitter smile. Looking at this result, instead of letting Meiyu believe that humans can fly, it's better to let Meiyu completely change her head. That way, She might be able to fly. After saying that, an indescribable silence spread between Wu Yan, Ilya, and Mei Yu. The atmosphere was extremely strange. Chapter 1449. Yes. That's right. As if to break the strange atmosphere, Ilya clapped her little hands and asked Wu Yan. Sister Ling said that big brother, you guys also went to retrieve the cards last night. What happened? Hearing Ilya's words, Mei Yu immediately raised her little head and turned her gaze to Wu Yan. Clearly, this little girl was also quite concerned about this matter. Under the gaze of the two little girls, Wu Yan shrugged and raised one of his hands. On it, the picture of a gloomy assassin holding a dagger and wearing a skull mask entered the eyes of the two little girls. That is. Mei Yu's expression turned serious. Class card, assassin. Assassin. Ilya blinked her eyes and moved her little face closer to the assassin card. I seem to have heard from Sister Ling that it's a very sinister heroic spirit. Indeed, it's quite sinister. Wu Yan put away the assassin card. Its strength is not very strong. However, the assassin's materialized heroic spirit not only knows how to conceal its aura and hide in the dark to launch a sneak attack, but it also has a noble artifact that can create a physical clone. Last night, we fought against about 80 assassins in the forest. 80? Mei Yu was astonished. Even Ilya shrunk her neck. Then isn't that an entire legion? It's just that they have a slight advantage in numbers. Wu Yan explained gently. There's only one heroic spirit that can materialize, and there's only one class card. The main body's mana is fixed, so when this clone spreads its mana, its power naturally spreads out as well. In the end, the power of each assassin is pitifully weak. Even if Rin Enbin and Livia came, they would be able to fight against 2 or 3 assassins. That's still very shocking. 80. Ilya, on the other hand, patted her chest with some lingering fear. Luckily, we didn't encounter an assassin. Hearing this, Wu Yan almost laughed out loud. I think it's much easier to deal with an assassin than a magician. Ilya was speechless. Well, but when you're proficient in flying, it shouldn't be a problem to deal with the magician. After saying that, Wu Yan turned his head and looked at Mei Yu. Mei Yu, give me your hand. Mei Yu was slightly taken aback and hesitated for a moment. She stretched out her little hand in front of Wu Yan. Looking at Mei Yu's little hand in front of him, Wu Yan stretched out a finger, and a faint trace of mana appeared on it. Then, Wu Yan pressed his finger, which was glowing with magic power, on the back of Mei Yu's hand. Mei Yu only felt that the place where Wu Yan's finger pressed had a scorching feeling, followed by a burst of warmth. When Wu Yan moved his finger away, on the back of Mei Yu's hand, a small geometric pattern that seemed to be carefully carved slowly appeared on it in a form that was infinitely close to the skin color. Seeing this, Mei Yu frowned and looked at Wu Yan with an inquiring gaze. This is a simplified flying tactic. Wu Yan pointed at the pattern on the back of Mei Yu's hand with his finger and chuckled. Inject mana into it, and this tactic will start automatically according to the user's thoughts. It allows the user to fly at will. Fly at will? Mei Yu's eyes lit up. Really? Ilya was also happy. That's great, Mei Yu-san. You can fly like this. Flying tactic? Ruby and Sapphire flew out from behind the two little girls' hair. They came to the back of Mei Yu's hand and exclaimed in surprise. It seems to be a tactic type that I've never seen before. The composition and composition don't match. Where did this tactic come from? Yes. It's no use looking for it. This is a tactic that I developed myself. How can I let you find a matching type of magic? Wu Yan shook his head with a chuckle. Wu Yan wasn't lying. Although there were more than one flying tactic in the 103,000 magic books, there were different types of tactics. However, they differed from type to type, and every flying spell had different effects and effects. Because of this, Wu Yan purposely combined all the advantages of flying tactics. Through improvement and refinement, he came up with a brand new flying tactic. It's the same tactic he's been using all this time. If not, how could such a small tactic not require any control method? With just a thought, Meiyu, who had never learned this tactic before, could fly at will according to his thoughts. Meiyu gently touched the geometric pattern on the back of her hand and fell silent. Why are you helping me? Meiyu's expression turned serious as she looked at Wu Yan. We're enemies, aren't we? Miyu-san. Iliya couldn't wrap her head around Miyu-san's sudden change in attitude. However, Miyu-san continued to stare at Wu Yan's face as if she's trying to figure something out. Why do you all like to ask this question? Wu Yan sighed helplessly. That's the case for Rin Tozaka. You're also the same. Does everyone who is being helped desperately want to have a reason to be helped? If that's the case, I'll answer you. Wu Yan reached out his hand and patted Meiyu's head. A confident smile appeared on his face. Girl, you have to remember that some people might need all kinds of reasons to help others. However, for some people, they don't need a reason to help others. They only need a reason to harm others. We're indeed enemies, but unfortunately, I'm helping you because I don't need a reason. If there's a reason, it's because I want to help you. Wu Yan looked at Meiyu with a smile that isn't a smile. What? Are you satisfied with this answer? Meiyu's mouth opened slightly. Seeing the smile on Wu Yan's face, she didn't know why, but her heartbeat suddenly sped up. Her face blushed. Elia also looked at Wu Yan with stars in her eyes. She looked at Wu Yan with admiration. Big brother is so handsome. He's as handsome as my big brother, ahahaha. Wu Yan laughed awkwardly. All in all, in this case, there shouldn't be a problem for you to fight Castor tonight. We'll continue to retrieve one of the other two cards. If both sides succeed, we'll decide who will retrieve the last card, then. Speaking of this, Meiyu's expression became uncertain. What about after we retrieve all the cards? Wu Yan tilted his head with a grin. Then it's time for us to decide the winner and the loser, and to decide who the grade cards belong to. Why? Why? Iria was shocked. In other words, we have to fight Big Brother? It should be like this. Wu Yan nodded with a smile. How could this be? Ilya immediately lowered her head in dejection. Even Meiyu frowned. Obviously, after getting along with each other today, the two girls more or less knew Wu Yan. At the same time, they began to reject the result of fighting with Wu Yan. Isn't there a friendly way to decide who will get these cards? Iria said with some hope. For example, both sides have a fair competition and the winner will get the card. Well, although I can't rule out this possibility, the best way to decide is still to fight. Wu Yan curled his lips. Both Rin and Osaka and Livia need to return to the Magic Association with their rank cards. I also have my own reasons for needing to obtain a rank card. If we use a normal competition to decide who gets the rank card, the other party will definitely refuse to accept the result when the result is out. Only a real battle will have the desired effect. Then, do we have to fight? Iria couldn't let it go. Right now, all the cards haven't been retrieved yet. It's too early to think about this. Wu Yan patted Iria's head comfortingly. Alright, let's not think about this anymore. Today is a rest day. There's still a battle tonight. Let's have some fun now. Hearing that, Ilya and Meiyu looked at each other and nodded with complicated expressions. Chapter 1450. The curtain of night gradually descended and swallowed all the light from the sky. Darkness shrouded the land. Fuyuki City. In front of an extremely luxurious mansion, Livia was anxiously pacing around. She was holding a phone and talking non-stop. Beside her, Rin and Osaka was also biting his fingernail. He raised his head and looked at the small mansion in front of him. His beautiful brows were tightly knitted together. That small mansion was Ilya's home. The mansion opposite was Livia's home. It was also Meiyu's home. At this time, it had been quite some time since the sky had completely darkened. Logically speaking, at this time, Ilya and Meiyu should be obediently staying at home. But since this morning, Ilya and Meiyu have been missing all this time. For two primary school students, disappearing for such a long time without making any sound is enough to make adults anxious. Rin and Osaka and Luvia are the same. Although they know that Ilya and Meiyu have magic wands by their side and that there shouldn't be any accidents, Ilya's family has been contacting them since a while ago to inquire about Ilya's whereabouts. In addition, Meiyu isn't home either. Rin and Osaka and Luvia can't help but feel anxious. After much persuasion, Rin and Osaka finally managed to brush off Ilya's family and met up with Luvia, who is also worried. At this moment, Luvia is using her own connections to look for Ilya and Meiyu. What a bunch of troublesome brats. Biting his fingernail, Rin and Osaka sighed. You two, where did you go? If I knew earlier, I would have directly gone down to look for Meiyu after pushing her off the helicopter today. Luvia ended the conversation and put away her phone. She held her head and said with a headache. Meiyu wouldn't blame me for being too extreme, would she? That's why she threw a tantrum and refused to come home, right? You also know that you're being too extreme? Rin and Osaka rolled his eyes. That child won't throw a tantrum. You don't have to worry about that. You're right. Meiyu is so mature. There's no way she would play such childish tricks. Luvia didn't know if she was relieved or comforted. She clapped her hands. Alicia Field isn't at home either. Could she be with Meiyu? Could it be that she was the one who led my Meiyu astray? The possibility of them being together is very high, but these two children are not the kind of people who would deliberately cause others to worry. If there's nothing else, I'll be back soon. Rin and Osaka leaned against the wall. He looked up at the sky. I hope I can make it in time for tonight's battle. Luvia continued to walk forward. Her expression was still somewhat anxious. But soon, she calmed down. This anxiety disappeared. At the end of the street, three figures, one big and two small, one male and two female, gradually walked over with soft footsteps. As they walked, they chatted and laughed, looking like brothers who were taking their two younger sisters out to play. It was extremely harmonious and warm. When they saw the two small figures, Rin Enbin and Luvia were overjoyed. However, when they saw the man's full appearance, the two girls couldn't remain calm. The person who came was naturally Wu Yan, who brought Ilya and Meiyu to play in the central business district for an entire day. Him? Luvia's face was filled with fear. Him again? So it's him. Rin Enbin was stunned for a moment before his expression turned ferocious. No wonder the usually obedient Ilya and the steady Meiyu almost didn't return home for the entire night. This bastard must have used flowery words and tricks to fool the two children. Perhaps, even the archer that I had Ilya take care of has been deceived by that hateful man. Who knows? Rin Enbin took a deep breath. With a gloomy expression on his face, he charged forward and sent a flying kick at Wu Yan, who was standing between the two girls. You despicable bastard. Wu Yan, who was chatting happily with Iria and Mio, extended his hand without batting an eyelid. He lightly slapped the incoming leg, grabbed it, and pulled it back. His leg brushed past Wu Yan's body as it flew past him. There was a trash can in the direction Rin was flying towards. Rin and Osaka's pretty face turned pale in an instant. Yua! Bam! In the next moment, a sorrowful cry and a dull thud echoed in the street. The lid of a trash can flew into the sky and landed on the ground. It spun a few times before stopping on the ground. As for Rin Enbin, Ilya and Mio are still in a daze. Before they could confirm it, Wu Yan grabbed each of their hands and walked away without looking back. Don't look at anything dirty, you. There seemed to be a voice of objection behind them. However, what came out was a muffled whimper and the sound of something colliding with something. Ilya and Meiyu could imagine Rin Enbin's miserable state just by imagining it. They didn't turn around to confirm it. With a resentful expression, they left Rin Enbin's last bit of dignity. Wu Yan glanced at Luvia when he brought Ilya and Mio to the front door. Seeing how she still hasn't recovered from the shock of the situation, Wu Yan released the two girls with an amused expression. Then, I'll go back first, thank you, big brother. I had a lot of fun today. Ilya smiled brightly. Let's go out and play together next time. Be careful on the road. Mei Yu said concisely. Her expression didn't change as much as Ilya's. However, she no longer had the vigilance and hostility toward Wu Yan. At once, Wu Yan waved his hand at the two girls. A layer of mist surrounded his body. Then, he disappeared. Sigh. Looking at the place where Wu Yan disappeared, Ilya pursed her lips. He left. Mei Yu also looked in that direction in a daze for a while. Then, she turned around and looked at Livia, who was standing there in a daze. She asked in confusion. Livia, what's wrong? Mei Yu. Mei Yu. Livia seemed to have been awakened from her stupor. She grabbed Mei Yu's shoulder in a panic. Mei Yu. Are you okay? I'm fine. Seeing Livia's overreaction, Mei Yu was also frightened. I'm just a little late. I'm sorry, that kind of thing is fine no matter what. Livia, who was looking for Mei Yu through her connections because she didn't return home, shouted. That man didn't do anything to you? Did he bring you to any place that you shouldn't go? What game did he play that you shouldn't play? Livia. Mei Yu subconsciously took a step back. She waved her hand and shook her head in panic. No. Brother Wu Yan didn't do anything to me. You brother Wu Yan? Livia's eyes widened. It was as if she had encountered the end of the world. Why are you calling him so intimately? You must have done something to him, right? That must be it, right? That must be it, right? As she spoke, Livia became anxious and threw herself onto Mei Yu's body. Her hands began to touch Mei Yu's body. Forget it, let me check if that man has done anything to you. Ah. Livia. What are you doing? Be patient, Mei Yu. This is for your own good, wait. Don't touch anything strange. Rin and Osaka said that man is the enemy of women who won't even let children go. He must have done something to Mei Yu for her to be so intimate with him. Let me thoroughly investigate. Yua. Don't take off my clothes. Two girls, one big and one small, started messing around in front of the mansion's entrance. Seeing this scene, Ilya's mouth twitched. She turned her head away as if she couldn't bear to watch. But when she turned her head away, the scene that entered her eyes made the corners of her eyes twitch. That man. Rin and Osaka, who had a banana peel on her head, crossed her arms in front of her chest and looked down at Ilya. Did he really not do anything to you? I really didn't. Ilya laughed dryly as she weakly defended herself. I think Oniai-san is a good person. He's not as bad as Rinne-san said. You're still young. You don't understand the dangers of the world. That's why you were deceived by him. Rin and Osaka clenched her teeth. That man touched your. Ilya tilted her head in confusion. Her clear eyes were filled with curiosity. Rin and Osaka's throat was blocked and he couldn't say anything. He could only give up and say something. Nothing. Hurry up and go back. Take some time to rest. Return the card at night. Yes. Ilya could only helplessly reply. Chapter 1451. As the night deepens, it's getting closer and closer to midnight. In the living room, Wu Yan made a supper that isn't too hard to digest. He wanted to let Shuju and Mikoto replenish their energy. However, it was a pity that the two girls looked reluctant. Ugh, it looks delicious. Looking at the piping hot supper on the table, smelling the aroma that kept entering her nose, a trace of desire appeared on Mikoto's face, but she forced it down. She was at a loss. Yan's cooking is still so tempting, should we eat it or not? I should be able to eat it, right? Hinajiku's face was also filled with uncertainty. There's going to be a battle later, I'm sure we can exercise properly. A supper won't affect us much, right? Seeing the two girls' strange behavior and words, Wu Yan was depressed. What's wrong with you two? Is there a need to treat a supper so seriously? That's why I say boys are good. Chuju muttered in dissatisfaction. Don't worry about yourself, you can eat whatever you want. Is there anything you can't eat? How come I don't know about it? Wu Yan's expression became even more depressed. I remember you weren't very picky. Do you really not understand, or are you purposely not understanding? Mikoto was stunned from the bottom of her heart for a moment before sighing faintly. Don't you know? It's easy to get fat eating supper. Wu Yan paused and was speechless. You don't want to eat it, right? Wu Yan put on a fake smile and put away the supper on the table. Then I'll just throw it all away. Throw it away? Chuju and Mikoto's body trembled as they mumbled. Wouldn't that be too wasteful? You two aren't eating anyway, right? Wu Yan turned around with an expressionless face while holding his supper. I can't eat that much, I'll just throw it away. Seeing Wu Yan was really going to throw it away, Chuju and Mikoto couldn't hold back anymore. Wait. It's not right to waste food. With that, the two girls pounced on Wu Yan. Wu Yan, on the other hand, seems like he's going to throw away his supper. He didn't want Chuju and Mikoto to take it away from him. And so, the three of them wrestled together in the living room. Suddenly, Wu Yan stopped in his tracks and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Hinajiku and Mikoto also stopped what they were doing. What's wrong? Wu Yan didn't answer. Instead, his face darkened. He put all the supper in his hands on the table. Opened to the balcony window. He walked out. Looking at the night view of Fuyuki City, Wu Yan slowly closed his eyes. Chuju and Mikoto, who are familiar with Wu Yan, knew. Wu Yan must have discovered something by doing this. Thus, they all retracted their expressions and came to the balcony as well. One on the left and one on the right of Wu Yan, they stared closely at his face. Not long after, Wu Yan opened his eyes. His complexion had taken on an ugly look. How? Something happened, that's the first thought that came to Chuju and Mikoto's mind. Yen. Chuju softened her voice and pulled Wu Yan's arm. What happened? Phew. Wu Yan let out a sigh of relief, his face returned to normal. Just now, one of the three remaining distorted mana sources in Fuyuki City suddenly disappeared. One disappeared? The two girls were slightly shocked. What's wrong? Mikoto furrowed her brows. Have any of the materialized heroic spirits been defeated by anyone? No. No, it's not midnight yet, the passage to the mirror realm hasn't stabilized yet, it's impossible for anyone to enter the mirror realm and defeat the spirits. Wu Yan looked in a certain direction. Also, the disappearance of the distorted mana source I sensed shouldn't be described as disappeared, it should be, it moved. The two girls froze on the spot. That's right. Wu Yan clenched his hand into a fist and knocked on the palm of his other hand. Just now, one of the three twisted mana sources in Fuyuki City suddenly moved, and then it mixed with another twisted mana source. I can clearly sense that one of the remaining two twisted mana sources has not only grown a lot, but also its aura has become more complicated. You mean to say? Hinajiku was surprised. There are two spirits in one of the two remaining distorted mana sources in Fuyuki City? Wu Yan clicked his tongue. I'm afraid so, that's... Chuju and Mikoto looked at each other. Mikoto looked at Wu Yan. Doesn't that mean that the number of enemies we have to deal with tonight is very likely to increase by one? That's right. If that's the case, it shouldn't be a problem. With the three of us, even if there's another heroic spirit, we can handle it. Wu Yan had a worried look in his eyes. What I'm worried about is the distorted mana source with two spirits, Rin Enben, and the others might be heading there right now. This time, the expressions of the two girls changed simultaneously. If that's the case, then Rin Enben, Ruvia, Ilya, and Mio might encounter a very dangerous situation tonight. With the strength of that group, dealing with one heroic spirit was still manageable, but if they were to face two, the situation would definitely be very dangerous. Wu Yan, on the other hand, thought more deeply than the two girls. He didn't forget that the spirit Ilya and the others are about to face his caster. Caster, magician, had turned the mirror realm into his own temple, using it to vigorously use the powerful magic of the mythological era. In addition, there was also the defense of the magic reflection plane, which defeated Ilya, Meiyu, and others once. Although Ilya and Mio have the power to fight Caster because they can fly, Caster isn't that easy to deal with. How can a magician from the mythological era be so easy to defeat? In such a situation, if there's one more enemy, the consequences will be terrible. Of course, that's not the worst thing. Now, Lancer, Archer, Rider, and Assassin have all been defeated. Caster is the next enemy of Rin Enben's group. The remaining two spirits are Saber and Berserker. Wu Yan knows that these two spirits are definitely the strongest among the 7 spirits. Moreover, they are overwhelmingly strong. Caster, with the offensive magic circle and the magic reflection plane, is already troublesome enough. If Saber or Berserker is added, even Wu Yan's group will be in trouble. Not to mention Ilya, Mio, Rin Enben, and Ruvia, who haven't even reached the 8th rank yet. If something goes wrong, they will definitely be wiped out. Thinking of this, Wu Yan's face turned ugly. I was careless, indeed, he was careless. This was because the situation of encountering 2 heroic spirits at once had also happened in the original work. But Wu Yan forgot. Today, after playing with Ilya and Mio for a whole day, Wu Yan has a good impression of these 2 cute little girls. How could he watch 2 adorable 10-year-old girls face such a dangerous situation? How could he do that? Just as Wu Yan was regretting his carelessness, he felt both of his hands were covered by a soft jade hand at the same time. Yen. Mikoto spoke with her usual confident and heroic expression. Let's go. Wu Yan was stunned. You want to save them, right? Chuju held Wu Yan's hand tightly, a gentle smile appeared on her face. We feel the same way too, Chuju. Mikoto, let's go. Yen. Chuju and Mikoto spoke in unison. As long as it's your wish, no matter where, the 2 girls' firm voice entered Wu Yan's ears. All of us will follow. Uncontrollable ripples appeared in his wine-red eyes. Looking straight at Hinajaku and Mikoto's smiling faces, he laughed, and his laughter was exceptionally bright. Good. Let's go. Chapter 1452. Fuyuki City, the riverbank. The bright red bridge was hanging on the riverbank not far away. A little bit of faint light spread on it and moved slowly as time went by. It was the light in front of the vehicle when it was moving. On the riverbank, the street lamps provided a limited and dim light source, shrouding the riverbank that was paved with red bricks. Faintly, under the light, on the riverbank, 2 big and 2 small figures gathered together and stood facing each other. Rin Enosaka first glanced at his watch to confirm that there was still time, then he looked at Iria and Meiyu who were standing side by side in front of him. Seeing that Iria and Meiyu didn't have the slightest expression on their faces, Rin Enosaka nodded with satisfaction. It seems that there is no problem. Both of you can fly skillfully, right? Yeah. Iria nodded her little head hard, her action was indescribably cute. Meiyu also touched a precise geometric pattern that was only the size of a thumb on her arm, and a determined look appeared in her eyes. That's good. Rin Enosaka put his hands on his waist as if he was cheering before the battle. As long as you can fly above the magic circle and the magic reflection plane, the caster, magician, will have nowhere to hide. The caster, magician, itself is relatively weak, so if the 2 of you work together, you can definitely defeat it. But remember, the battle is also changing all the time. Rin Enosaka's face was full of seriousness. The opponent is a caster, magician, heroic spirit. It may use some amazing magic and has its own noble phantasm. You need to pay attention to all these. Once you find that the situation is not right, retreat immediately. We have plenty of time, and we can continue to do it again, understand? Rin and Osaka's solemn warning made Iria's heart palpitate, and Mayo's eyes also became serious. The two little girls didn't say anything, they just nodded silently, indicating that they agreed. Okay. Rin and Osaka clenched his fist heavily. That man already has 3 cards in his hand, and he will be collecting them tonight. That's 4 cards, but we only have 1 card on our side, the caster, magician, card. We have to get it, do you understand? Beside him, Livia's face collapsed and she almost fell to the ground. Elia and Mio's foreheads were also covered in cold sweat. Who was the one who said that they had plenty of time to retreat if the situation was not right? The 3 girls didn't have the energy to refute Rin Enben's words, but someone replied to him. If that's the case, why don't you add us to tonight's feast? This voice did not come from Livia, Ilya or Mayu. Instead, it came from a place not far away. This voice. The 4 girls were stunned. He quickly turned his head to look at the source of the voice. The figures of 1 man and 2 women entered his field of vision. Among them, the 2 girls were wearing almost identical white dresses and short pants. They looked like sisters' outfits. The man was wearing a black shirt and black pants, and a black and white coat. At this moment, he was looking at them with a faint smile, and his wine-red eyes were filled with a deep smile. Needless to say. Of course, it was Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto. Big brother? Wu Yan Enisan. Ilya and Mio exclaimed in surprise, causing Rin Enben and Livia to snap out of their daze. Rin and Osaka frowned. What are you doing here? What are you doing here? Wu Yan blinked and smirked. I'm here to save you, save us? Rin Enben was surprised. He didn't expect Wu Yan to give such an answer. What do you mean? Livia frowned and stared at Wu Yan. Are you trying to mock us? Indeed. No matter how you look at it, it sounds like you're mocking Rin Enben and the others for not being able to defeat caster, magician. It's like you're trying to say that with their abilities, it's impossible for them to defeat caster, magician. As for the so-called save, it's like a turtledove trying to take over the magpie's nest. Not long ago, you were still calling me Mr. Gentleman. Now, my impression in your heart has fallen to this extent? Wu Yan laughed as if he saw through Rin Enben and Livia's thoughts. I'm really here to save you. After saying that, Wu Yan's smile disappeared. Didn't you notice that there's 1 less source of mana distortion in Fuyuki City? Rin Enben, Livia, Elia, and Mayu were all stunned. 1 less source of mana distortion? Ruby and Sapphire, who were held in Elia and Mayo's hands, were also shocked. Their bodies slightly twisted and a strange fluctuation began to take effect on their bodies. It didn't take long for the fluctuation to disappear. Ruby and Sapphire also exclaimed in surprise. It's true. It's really 1 less source. How can this be? Rin Enben and the others finally believed Wu Yan's words and looked at the 2 wands. Isn't the mirror world something that can only be entered after midnight? Livia hurriedly asked. Why did one of the sources suddenly disappear? We don't know. Ruby shook her head. However, we can sense that in addition to the lack of a source of distortion mana, the source of distortion mana here has become much stronger. Grown? Yes. Sapphire said in a deep voice. So, we have a guess. Is it possible that the heroic spirit that disappeared in the distorted mana source moved to the caster, magician? What did you say? Livia was shocked. The other heroic spirit is also with caster, magician? Rin Enben, Elia, and Mayu felt a chill in their hearts. Originally, a caster, magician, was already very difficult to deal with, but if there was another heroic spirit, the girls didn't dare to think about it anymore. Rin Enben and the others finally understood why Wu Yan said they're here to save them. If Wu Yan and the others didn't appear, they would have been completely fooled. The group of people who were foolishly kept in the dark would definitely break into the mirror realm and face 2 heroic spirits at once. Or perhaps, after defeating one with great difficulty, they would have to face another opponent who was in perfect condition. That's not a joke, is that why you're here to warn us? Elia looked at Wu Yan gratefully. Thank you, big brother, it's too early to be happy. Wu Yan shook his head. There are 2 heroic spirits in the mirror realm you're about to enter. It's a fact. As long as your target is a rank card, you'll face 2 heroic spirits sooner or later. That's not it, right? Mikoto chimed in. Since the 2 heroic spirits have already gathered together, then the remaining heroic spirit may also gather together. When that time comes, the heroic spirit may also gather together. When that time comes, you'll have to face 3 heroic spirits. This. Rin Enbin and the others were silent. Is there any other way? The silent Mikoto raised her head and looked at Wu Yan. Wu Yan, Ni-san, you didn't come here just to warn us, right? Huh, as expected of Mikoto, you're really smart. Wu Yan praised with a smile. He looked at Rin Enbin and Livia. I have a suggestion. Let's go in together. Together? Rin Enbin and Livia looked at each other. You mean, we'll take 1 heroic spirit each? Wu Yan smirked. You'll deal with the caster. Leave the other heroic spirit to us. We'll split them up and defeat them one by one. We'll also get a rank card each. That's a good idea. That is indeed a solution. Rin Enbin and Livia pondered for a moment before nodding. Okay. Let's do that. Big brother and big sister, are you coming too? Ilya smiled excitedly. Then it'll be fine. Don't forget, caster is hard to deal with. Wu Yan brought Chuju and Mikoto to the 2 girls. Mikoto. Wu Yan squatted down. He handed a card to Mikoto. This is for you, this is. Looking at the card in front of her, Meiyu was stunned. Lancer's rank card? Lancer's rank card? Rin Enbin and Livia looked at Wu Yan in shock. You're giving Mikoto's rank card? I'm just borrowing it. Wu Yan smiled casually and put the card in Mikoto's hand. Use it when it's crucial, got it? Meiyu's eyes revealed a touch of emotion. Rank card, that's Wu Yan's goal. Wu Yan gave it to her. Wu Yan must be worried that something might happen to them, that's why he lent her the Lancer, Gunner, card. She wanted to use it to defeat Caster. You. Rin Enbin had a complicated expression. Isn't the rank card your goal? Aren't you afraid that we won't return it? When the time comes, we can just rob her again. Wu Yan teased and he rubbed Mio's head. Plus, I don't think Mikoto will do that, Wu Yan Nii-san. Mikoto held her Lancer card tightly. Her eyes were filled with determination. Leave it to me. Mikoto said. Wu Yan smiled. Chapter 1453. Mirror Realm. In this place, the night sky that seemed to be covered by an arc mirror could not be seen. This was because the entire sky was covered by a dense mass of purple objects. One by one, the intricate purple geometric patterns seemed to be carved directly into the sky. One after another, they were arranged neatly in rows, covering the entire sky. In front of the purple geometrical patterns, there is a ring made of purple light. It seems to be encircling something as it rotates and intersects. In the middle of the many rotating rings, there was a purple mist-like sphere that was undulating up and down. Looking up from the riverbank below, the sky was filled with densely packed purple objects. They were like eyeballs, making one's hair stand on end. However, those who were in the know knew that these eyeballs that filled the entire sky were things that could be fatal. These are all magic formations. In the center of the magic formation covering the sky, a figure is floating in the air. She is wearing a purple dress with a bat-like hooded cape. The hood covers her entire body from the nose up, but one can still see her beauty from the bottom half of her face. She is holding a staff as tall as a person. She is floating in the center of the magic formation without moving. Even her aura has been suppressed to the minimum, making her look like a flying statue. However, as long as one was sensitive to magic, they would be able to sense something from this slender figure. Like a ripple, it is spreading in all directions while continuously replenishing the magic power of the purple magic formation army. Not long after, the peace here is broken. At a certain moment, below the magic array that covered the entire sky, a rainbow light rapidly flashed from the riverbank, causing the statue-like slender figure that was suspended in the air to finally move. He lowered his head and looked below. Then, the rainbow light quickly dissipated. 7 figures in a row gradually appeared in this extremely dangerous place, exposed to the air. Wow! Hinajuku and Mikoto couldn't help but exclaim at the sight of the purple formation that looked like eyeballs. Even Wu Yan, who knew this was going to happen, couldn't help but gasp in surprise. This is really against the rules. After exclaiming, Wu Yan turned his gaze to the slender figure floating in the air. Caster, Magician, level 70. Level 70? Rank 8? He already has the strength of a rank 8. In addition to those offensive magic formations and the defense of the magic reflection plane, it is no wonder Ilya, Mio, and the others rushed over so aggressively last night. But in less than a minute, they were beaten back with their tails between their legs. But there shouldn't be a problem today. As long as they can fly above those magic formations won't be able to attack them and the magic reflection plane won't be of any use. If Ilya and Mio join hands, it shouldn't be hard to deal with them. In addition to the Lancer rank card, as long as Mio has the ability to kill with one hit, she will find an opportunity. It's not difficult to defeat Caster. Of course, that is if Caster doesn't have any other means, and if Ilya and Mayu can avoid the attacks of the magic formations in the sky and fly to Caster's side. Let's move. At that moment, Rin Enbin directly ordered. Fly up in one breath. Kill her. Yes. Ilya, Mio, Ruby, and Sapphire responded in unison. Along with the sound of 2 steps, magical fluctuations emerged from the 2 little girls. Then, the 2 figures circled and shot toward the magician in the sky like an arrow leaving the string. And this move undoubtedly stimulated the magician, who had lost all reason and only knew how to destroy the enemy in front of him. Caster, Magician, suddenly spread his hands, and his lips opened and closed at a speed that the naked eye couldn't follow. He made a sharp sound. Chanting. Seeing this scene, Wu Yan was surprised. So fast. As if to respond to Wu Yan's surprise, in less than a few seconds. Caster, Magician, that specific spell that couldn't be heard clearly fell, and the magic power that was like a volcanic eruption fiercely surged out from his body and rolled into the magic circle in the sky. In the dense magic formations, the foggy balls that looked like pupils turned and stared at Ilya and Mio, who broke through the sky. Then, like a sniper rifle, they shot down and fell on the 2 little girls. In an instant, the magic formations in the sky fluctuated and purple light beams fell from the sky like raindrops, mercilessly shrouding the 2 little girls. They were like cannon turrets. Chuju and Mikoto were surprised and slightly opened their mouths. So powerful. Isn't this too shameless? Otherwise, why do you think the 4 of us were beaten to the point where we had to flee? Rin and Osaka glanced at Chuju and Mikoto. That's already considered cheating. If it wasn't for those magic formations and that reflection plane, we would have already retrieved the card last night. But, it's the same today. Livia said confidently. When Mio and Ilya fly to the magic formations, that witch won't be able to do anything. Hearing Livia's confident words, Chuju and Mikoto couldn't deny it. They looked at Ilya and Mio, who nimbly dodged the light beams and flew to the sky and continued to watch the battle. However, Wu Yan frowned. He could sense that as Ilya and Mayu got closer, the magic power of Caster began to gather. It looks like he's going to perform some magic. As expected, he still has some tricks up his sleeve. After saying that, Wu Yan ignored Rin and Osaka and Livia's startled expression and slowly stretched his hand forward. On the other side, Ilya and Mayu flew nimbly in the air, avoiding the light beams that shot towards them, and flew towards Caster, Magician. Caster, Magician, stretched out his hands and drew a trajectory in the air. He was like a musician waving a baton in a concert. The magic circle in the sky responded to the movements of a caster, magician. With a tremor, a purple beam of light burst out and fell to the ground. Physical defense at maximum scale. Ruby's nervous voice echoed in the air. Be careful, Ilya. If you get hit at this distance, with the power of magic from the mythological era, the damage may not be completely blocked. The attack is getting more and more intensive. Mayo-sama. Sapphire also said. Widen the distance first, and then attack in one breath. Ilya and Mayu silently moved and quickly spread to the sides. While avoiding the incoming light beam, they turned around and flew up. Finally, they arrived above the magic array. Watch me. Ilya raised her magic wand and fiercely waved it down, and a barrage of pink magic cannonballs burst out in an instant, attacking caster, magician. Humph. Caster, magician, seemed to make a nasal sound, and the staff in his hand was also raised to the front. A circle of invisible waves immediately spread out, and all the pink light balls in front of him were swept away like thunder. Bang 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 bang. The light bullets that were shot at the caster, magician, suddenly stopped and all of them exploded. Now. Not far away, Mio's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and her figure burst out, coming to the back of caster, and the magic wand in her hand was pressed against it. Maximum scale. Shoot. The magic wand in her hand flashed with a magical light, but Mio's voice stopped abruptly. Because caster, who was originally pressed against the back of Mio, flashed and disappeared. Space transfer. Mio's face changed dramatically. Then, caster's figure appeared behind Mio. With a ferocious smile, the magic wand in the hand of caster flashed with a magical light. Chapter 1454. Mayu. Looking at caster, magician, who was holding his magic staff high in the air, and the tip of his magic staff flashing with electric light, and Mio who was facing away from caster, magician, with her back exposed, Rin Hasaka and Livia both turned pale with fright. Lord Mayu. Sapphire also exclaimed. Mayu clenched her teeth and tightened her back, ready to take the blow from caster, magician. Bang! At this moment, a crisp sound of glass shattering resounded clearly in the air. Whoosh! Then, a dazzling meteor rose from below, like a blooming star, with a light tail. It shot toward caster, magician. Caster, who had completely lost his mind, suddenly stopped his movement. The mana in his body seemed to be blocked by something, and it fiercely stopped on caster's body. Instinctively, caster, magician, stopped all attacks and leaned back at the critical moment. Whoosh! Almost in an instant, the bright meteor passed by less than 5 centimeters in front of the magician at an unimaginable speed and fell on the arclight mirror-like sky above. Dong! A loud boom resounded in the sky. Mayu quickly adjusted her position and looked in the direction of the meteor in surprise. At the bottom of the river, Wu Yan was standing with Chuju, Mikoto, Rin Enben, and Livia. She was holding a beautiful black bow that looked like a black crystal. She was aiming at the place where caster, magician, was. Clearly, the meteor just now. It was shot from that bow. At the critical moment, Wu Yan used Meteor Knight, shot an arrow, and directly smashed the magic reflection plane set by caster, magician, and made caster, magician, stop attacking Mayu. The sound of glass shattering was the sound of the magic reflection plane being pierced by the arrow of Meteor Knight. Under Mayu's stunned gaze, Wu Yan put down Meteor Knight in his hand. A smile appeared on his face, and his lips moved slightly. Mayu immediately read the 2 words that came out of Wu Yan's lips in a very subtle manner. Let's go. At that moment, Mayu's line of sight condensed and shot toward the caster, magician, who was less than 5 meters away from her. At this time, caster, magician, was still in the posture of leaning back, and the magic in his body had not had time to run. Class card, Lancer, limited expansion. A bright red card flew out from a card holder on Mayu's thigh. It shot towards the sapphire in Mayu's hand and collided with the front of the 6-pointed star ring on the sapphire, releasing a ray of divine light. Sapphire's body shone with a strong light. Her body gradually elongated and turned into a red spear in Mei Yu's hand. Pierce. Mei Yu pointed her foot in the air, holding the red spear in her hand. Her figure turned into a red lightning and shot toward Caster, magician. Spear of death. In the next moment, the crimson spear pierced out. Pucci, the sound of tearing echoed in the sky. Hey! Caster, magician, made a strange groan from her mouth, as if she couldn't believe it. She looked at her chest. In the position of the magician's heart, the spear of piercing death pierced through her body and came out from her back. Caster, magician's head drooped. Her body turned into flying ash and gradually dissipated. In her original position, a card floated there and fell into Mei Yu's hand. It was a card that reflected a sage wearing a robe and holding a staff as tall as a person. At the bottom of the card, there was the word, Caster, magician, in the center. Class card, Caster, magician. Recovery complete. Mei Yu gently breathed a sigh of relief. She wiped the cold sweat on her forehead. Just now, it was really dangerous. If it wasn't for the arrow shot by a meteor knight, Mei Yu would have been hit at least once, and she would have inevitably ended up injured. Phew. Ilya also breathed a sigh of relief. I was scared to death. In the sky, the magic circle broke one by one, turned into stars, and gradually dissipated, confirming the end of the battle. It wasn't until this moment that Rin Enben and Livia realized what had just happened. Their shoulders slumped as if they had relaxed. Really, such a tight battle, it's not good for the heart. Rin Enben complained, then looked at Wu Yan. Her pretty face became more sinister. You bastard, since you have powerful means to penetrate the magic circle, why didn't you use it at the beginning? Wouldn't that save a lot of trouble? You're blaming me? Wu Yan held Meteor Knight in his hand and said with a smile. Isn't that your prey? If I attack, with your personality, you'll definitely accuse me of stealing your prey, right? Rin Enben's expression froze, he was speechless. This bow. On the side, Livia glanced at the Meteor Knight in Wu Yan's hand. Her face was filled with doubt. Is this a noble artifact? Oh. Wu Yan raised an eyebrow. You have a good eye, noble artifact? Impossible. Rin Enben was also shocked. He quickly refuted. How can a human have a noble artifact? Well, my situation is special. If you want to know the reason behind it, you'll have to investigate it yourself. Wu Yan spread his hands, his expression became serious. Moreover, he raised Meteor Knight in his hand and pointed it in a certain direction. I'll take out Meteor Knight. He placed his hand on the bowstring. Bright starlight appeared out of nowhere and condensed into a dazzling arrow. It's not as simple as that. His wine-red eyes narrowed. There was a cold glint in them. To save Mei Yu. After saying that, Wu Yan gently let go of his hand. Whoosh. The bright meteor bloomed, leaving a trail of light that looked like the Milky Way. It pierced through the air and shot forward. Before the group of girls could react to what had happened, a pitch-black crescent-shaped sword ray suddenly shot out in front of the meteor, meeting the arrow of the Meteor Knight. Boom! Sparks and explosions swept across the place where the collision occurred, creating a wave of wind that blew in all directions. This sudden scene caused Rin Hasaka, Livia, Ilya, Mio, and the others who flew down from the sky to reveal shocked expressions. Soon after, they finally recalled something. I see. Rin Enben's green eyes stared at the sparks in front of him. Another enemy? Kacha. Kacha, under everyone's gaze, heavy footsteps sounded from the sparks in front of them, as if heavy metal was knocked on the ground. Along with the sound of footsteps, a black dot appeared in the center of the blazing fire as if it had been contaminated. It was slowly expanding. Not long after, the owner of the footsteps and the full appearance of the black dot were imprinted in the eyes of everyone present. That was a young girl wearing heavy armor from head to toe. Although it was said to be heavy armor, it was more accurate to say that it was a princess dress with an armor covering the upper part of the body. Moreover, both the dress and the armor were pitch black, giving off an ominous feeling. She's wearing an eye patch-like iron shield over her eyes. The girl has a head of dull but bright golden hair that's coiled behind her head. She looks very capable. In her hand, she's holding a sword that's darker than any other color and has bright red veins on it. Black and red mist rose around her body, or perhaps it's more accurate to say that it's dense enough to be seen with the naked eye. With the pitch-black sword in her hand, the girl arrived in front of everyone with heavy footsteps that sounded like metal hitting the ground. Looking at the figure of the young girl who seemed to represent inauspiciousness and darkness, as well as the black fog that pervaded around her, everyone's expressions were all frozen on the spot. The air rippled with oppression. Chapter 1455. Saber, Swordsman, Level 75. The blazing flames became the background of the girl with the sacred sword in her hand. The heroic spirit with the class Saber, Swordsman, carried an indescribably ominous atmosphere and a pressuring presence that made Rin Enben, Wuxia, Xianxia, and Mio sweat. Amidst the heavy footsteps, the heroic spirit walked towards them. A second heroic spirit. Rin Enben and the others couldn't help but take a step back. The ominous and oppressive aura coming from the heroic spirit made their hearts tremble. Subconsciously, they didn't want to get close to the heroic spirit. From this point alone, Rin Enben, Wuxia, Xianxia, and Mio knew one thing. The heroic spirit with the black sacred sword in front of them was definitely stronger than the caster, magician, from before. Moreover, it was more than one level stronger. With this thought in mind, Rin Enben and the others almost couldn't believe it. If Wu Yan's group didn't come and tell them that there was another heroic spirit, they would have to face the Saber, Swordsman, in front of them. If they didn't know what would happen to them, indeed, it was just like what Wu Yan said at the beginning. He was here to save them. Unlike Rin Enben and the others who could only vaguely feel that the Saber, Swordsman, was strong, Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto clearly knew the Saber, Swordsman, level from the feedback from the system. They looked at each other. Level 75? Isn't that the same level as the three of them right now? However, Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto didn't find it strange. For a heroic spirit to meet the requirements of the Saber, Swordsman, other than magic power, the rest of the abilities must be of the highest level, far surpassing the requirements of the other classes. In other words, in terms of the requirements for heroic spirits, Saber was undoubtedly the one that had the highest requirements for the abilities of heroic spirits among the 7 classes. Therefore, among all the heroic spirits, it was extremely rare for a heroic spirit to become a Saber, sword. Therefore, how could the Saber, Swordsman, not be strong? Moreover, the heroic spirit who was clad in thick, pitch-black armor and wielding a pitch-black sacred sword was emitting a dense mist of mana that was visible to the naked eye. Everyone present could clearly tell that the heroic spirit was a heroic spirit. Even her magic power was not below the heroic spirits of the other classes. All abilities of the heroic spirit were of the highest level. This heroic spirit must be strong. But facing a heroic spirit of the same level as them, Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto looked at each other with the same burning desire to fight. Ignoring the heroic spirit of the swordsman, the heroic spirit, and the swordsman looked at each other. They looked at each other silently. For a while. They spread out and formed a circle around him. Seeing this scene, Rin Enben and the others were first confused, then dumbfounded. Scissors. Rock, paper. The 3 men who formed a circle shouted and raised their clenched fists. As soon as the word paper was uttered, the 3 of them threw their fists in front of their faces with all their might. They made a hand gesture. Looking closely, Wu Yan was the scissors while Chuju and Mikoto were the paper. Damn it, why did you have to use paper? Chuju and Mikoto looked at the paper in their hands unwillingly and turned their heads away angrily. I won. Wu Yan laughed and stood in front of the heroic spirit of the swordsman. His eyes revealed a burning desire to fight. Then, it's my turn. At this point, how could Rin Tozaka, Wuxia, Xianxia, and Mio not know what was going on? The 3 of them. They were obviously deciding who would go up and fight the heroic spirit of the swordsman. Hey! Are you guys alright? Rin Enben shouted like he was going crazy. What kind of situation is this? You still want to fight? That heroic spirit isn't just any heroic spirit, she's very strong. Ruvia couldn't accept it either. Isn't it wiser to fight her together? Onie-san. Iria gripped her wand and shouted. You guys should fight her together. Why don't we go with you? It's too dangerous to fight her alone. Even Meiyu furrowed her brows. She looked at Wu Yen, who was standing at the front with a worried expression. Aren't you guys underestimating Yen too much? Hinajaku and Mikoto retreated to the side of Rin's group. Their eyes were fixed on Wu Yen. That heroic spirit is very strong. Mikoto glanced over. But it's not to the extent that Yen needs to team up with someone else. Huh? Rin Enben couldn't believe it. Even if that heroic spirit is strong, there's no need to fight her alone, right? The most important thing is to get the card back, right? Indeed, the rank card is very important to Yen, he has to get it. Chiju said seriously. But to us, the mission isn't the most important thing. Isn't it necessary to enjoy the rewards after completing the mission? Rin Enben couldn't understand. What if something happens to that heroic spirit? Something unexpected? Hinajaku and Mikoto chuckled, half joking and half serious. Then let him die. At this moment, Rin and Osaka and the others were completely dumbfounded. Are they serious or just joking? Only Hinajaku and Mikoto would know if they were serious or just joking. But Wu Yen knew he had to be serious this time. Looking at the heroic spirit's eyes that were covered with metal armor, Wu Yen slowly gathered his strength and looked up with a smile. Bang! Like an explosion, a torrent of mana rose from Wu Yan's body and turned into a gust of wind that blew to every corner of the room. Saber seemed to have sensed something. The black and red magic mist on its body seemed to be boiling as it violently surged. Then, Saber raised the pitch-black holy sword in his hand. The rising black mist wrapped around the sword like a current of air and rubbed against the sword, forming a black ray of light. Heroic spirit held the sword with both hands and swung it down with all its might. A strange sound rang out as a black crescent-shaped sword beam shot out from the pitch-black holy sword. It sliced through the ground and headed straight for Wu Yen. A slash formed from pure mana? Wu Yen raised an eyebrow and raised his meteor shower again. Then let's see if your holy sword beam is stronger, or if my meteor knight arrows are stronger. Wu Yen pulled back the bowstring of meteor shower. Specks of starlight gathered to form a silver arrow and aimed at the incoming black sword ray. Shio! The sound of something breaking through the air rang out, and a meteor-like arrow was shot out. In the most violent manner, it abruptly collided with the incoming sword ray. Dong! The two attacks collided and instantly exploded, setting off a blazing fire. However, the fire didn't last long before it was broken by a meteor-like arrow. The arrows from Meteor Knight continued to fall on Saber's body without any signs of slowing down. Bang! Another burst of fire followed by the sound of an explosion. The area where Saber was located was filled with flames. However, the smile on Wu Yan's face slowly faded and his eyebrows furrowed. On the other side, heroic spirit stood there unscathed. Around her body, a protective shield made of black mist was constantly rotating. The attack of the Meteor Knight had been completely blocked by this layer of fog. What a dense mana! Rin Enben and the others were shocked. She blocked my noble artifact's attack. You blocked my noble phantasm's attack with a mist made of pure mana? Wu Yen suddenly laughed. His laughter was surprisingly sarcastic. If that's the case, inside the space, a ray of light appeared behind Wu Yen and it split the space in half. The ray of light fell down and it spread the space in half. It was as if a door was opening. A crimson space replaced the original space, and pitch-black longswords emerged from within. Do you have the ability to block all my noble artifacts? Chapter 1456. Do you have the ability to block all the noble phantoms here? Along with this sentence, pitch-black swords, sabers, spears, and various other weapons that were purely made of iron sand emerged from the crimson space one after another in the rippling space. All of them were noble phantoms. All of them are noble phantoms? Looking at the crimson space filled with pitch-black weapons that numbered in the hundreds and thousands, Rin Enbin, Luvia, Ilya, and Mio cried out in shock. Are you kidding me? Of course, I'm not kidding. All of them are noble phantoms. However, strictly speaking, these noble phantoms are only one type. That is, the iron sand that made them up. However, by transforming the iron sand into the shape of weapons, these weapons made of iron sand have the same power as noble phantoms. Although they don't have the unique ability of the Spear of Death, judging from their strength and power, these weapons that appeared from the Gate of Babylon can be used as noble phantoms. Not only their strength and power, these weapons are also noble phantoms. After all, the iron sand that formed them had long been turned into a true noble relic by the Night Never Dies by Bare Hands ability that could turn any weapon into a noble relic. Therefore, no matter how you look at it, except for the fact that they don't have any unique ability, these weapons are all noble phantoms. High-density magic fog? Wu Yan grinned as he stood beneath the crimson space and the pitch-black artifacts that covered the entire crimson space. If you can block it, then let's see. As soon as he finished his words, swords, spears, and all kinds of treasures made of iron sand shot out like bullets from the Gate of Babylon. All of them were imbued with magic power. Amidst the sharp and messy sound of the air being pierced, the treasures rained down on the saber like a storm. Boom! 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 He didn't even last a second. The magical mist that swirled around Saber's body like a protective barrier was destroyed like a dried twig. Numerous pitch-black noble phantasms fell onto the Saber's body. If this attack was effective, then even if the opponent was a saber, sword soldier, it was inevitable that he would end up being riddled with holes. However, at this moment, Saber was like a puppet that was activated. It suddenly raised its head. It let out a cold shout. The next moment, Saber raised the pitch-black sacred sword in its hand. It was surrounded by black magic fog. With a wave of its hand, the sacred sword slashed through the space in front of it. Ding ding ding. The pitch-black noble phantoms and the pitch-black sacred sword collided with each other, creating a crisp sound. Saber swung the noble phantoms in its hand. It created a sword shadow, and collided with the noble phantoms. It actually swept away all the noble phantoms. Obviously, when comparing the ranks of the treasures, the pitch-black holy sword in Saber's hand was far stronger than the treasures made of iron sand. Saber coldly shouted again. The soles of its feet fiercely stepped on the ground. Its body turned into a black light, and rushed towards Wu Yan. Its speed was incomparably fast. The sacred sword in its hand slightly trembled. The tip of the sword turned into a pitch-black shadow, cunningly and viciously stabbing out. Its target is Wu Yan's neck. Ding! However, the sacred sword that was stabbing towards Wu Yan's neck made such a sound. Because, a light long sword, who knows when it appeared in Wu Yan's hand, it was held horizontally in front of him. The tip of the sacred sword just happened to stab into the thin blade. As expected. Looking at Saber's face, Wu Yan increased the strength of his hand. That kind of attack, there is no way to bring you any real harm. Clang! After speaking, Wu Yan fiercely swung his Niandan Shana, and deflected Saber's sacred sword. However, melee combat was Saber's forte. Even without its intellect, the sword skills were carved into Saber's soul by instinct. Xiao! Immediately, Saber retracted the sacred sword in its hand and pulled it behind its back, turning it into a cunning stab, tearing through the obstruction of the air, bringing about a sharp sound, and once again stabbing out like lightning. Bang! Looking at the cunning sacred sword, Wu Yan hurriedly leaned back. The soles of his feet fiercely stomped on the ground, creating a heavy sound, his body explosively retreating. Saber followed closely behind. The holy sword in his hand danced in the air, creating one sword shadow after another. The angle of each sword strike was extremely tricky. It was either a stab, a flick, a slash, or a cut. It was a fierce attack. Facing the sky full of slashes, Wu Yan retreated while using his Nian and Shana to block the attacks of the sacred sword. Ding ding dang dang. As one of them retreated and the other attacked, the two of them quickly moved on the battlefield. Their rough footsteps created clouds of dust. The pitch-black sacred sword clashed with the Anian temple of Shana, creating a sky full of sparks and a series of crisp sounds. Saber was originally a sword knight. In terms of sword skills, it could not be said that it was not superb. Although it has lost its rationality, it was still able to use the sword skills carved into its bones. Even if it did not have the ability to judge the situation, it was still able to use sword skills to attack. On top of that, Wu Yan has the infinite arms refinement. His mind, skill, and body are all one. He can use any weapon to the point of perfection. Add that to his high level of skill, his close combat ability is even above Saber, swordsman. Therefore, even if he was retreating and receiving the fierce attacks of Saber, Wu Yan's defense was neither fast nor slow. Although it seemed that he was in a disadvantageous situation, in fact, he was not in a disadvantageous position at all. Just like that, a man and a heroic spirit began a super high-degree close combat, causing the spectators, other than Chuju and Mikoto, to be dumbstruck. Amazing. Ilya could no longer find any other adjectives to describe her current feelings. Truly amazing. It's impossible for us to interfere. Miyuki stared at the two of them in the battle. This level of battle is not something that we can interfere with. Not only does that sword-wielding heroic spirit possess the ability to repel powerful magic spells and black mist, it can even form a combined attack of magic and sword pressure. Also, that brilliant sword technique. Livia forced a smile on her face. It can fight both close combat and long range. If we were to fight against it, it would be very troublesome. That man is the same. Rin and Osaka stared at Wu Yan, who was retreating and dealing with Saber's attacks with ease, and clenched her teeth. When we first met him, he already displayed terrifying magic skills. Now, he's shown his combat ability that's on par with the heroic spirits. His combat and magic skills have both exceeded the average standards. I'm afraid even the frontline combat experts and magicians of the Magic Association would have to admit defeat, right? After saying that, Rin Enbin recalled the hundreds and thousands of relic artifacts that had appeared in the Crimson Space. She forced a smile on her face. No matter if it's the heroic spirit or that man, they are all monsters. Just as he thought that, Hinajaku and Mikoto's conversation was heard by Rin Enbin, Ruvia, Ilya, Mio, and even Ruby and Sapphire. That guy isn't serious at all. Mikoto frowned in dissatisfaction. It shouldn't be hard to deal with that kind of irrational opponent, right? That heroic spirit is irrational, but her instincts are outstanding. She should have a strong intuition. Hinajaku, who was also an expert in close combat, had a different opinion. There were a few times when Yen wanted to fight back, but that heroic spirit seemed to know what was going on. Every time that happened, she would attack more fiercely. That heroic spirit can't possibly be rational. She must have a strong intuition. Indeed. Mikoto also noticed. However, intuition alone can't win against words. At most, we can stall for time. Chija nodded. The battle won't last long. Rin and Osaka and the others were speechless. Now, they understand. This group of nominal enemies are not on the same level as them. Chapter 1457. Ha! A deep and cold shout that sounded as if it came from an eerie abyss echoed from the mouth of Saber. Every time, it would cause the black magic fog on its body to boil violently, stirring up waves of energy that blew across the ground. Heavy footsteps shuffled across the ground, its golden hair fluttering in the wind. Saber's body surged with mana, its slender body was like a leaf in the wind, flashing towards the retreating Wu Yan. At the same time, the pitch-black holy sword radiance shot out, leaving behind afterimages as it slashed out mercilessly. Each slash produced a clear whistling sound that reverberated in the air. Ding 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 ding. Dang dang. Clang. He used Niatono no Shana to block Saber's onslaught of pitch-black sacred swords without missing a beat. Wu Yan frowned as he thought to himself, this is going to be tricky. Just as Chuju said, in terms of close combat techniques, Wu Yan's technique was above Saber's. Even if Saber's main body were to descend, the result would still be the same. However, Saber's intuition was too strong. Every time Wu Yan tried to counterattack, it would increase the frequency of its attacks and nullify his threat, causing the battle to drag on. If he didn't think of a way to change the current situation, this battle would continue until daybreak without a victor being decided. Unless Wu Yan releases his familiars and blasts Saber to smithereens, he won't be able to do so. However, this mirror world could not withstand a single blow from Wu Yan's vassal beast. Even with the restriction bracelet restricting its strength, Wu Yan's vassal beast was still not something an ordinary person could withstand. In order to withstand a single blow from Wu Yan's vassal beast, the opponent had to be at least a rank 9 powerhouse. Therefore, if Wu Yan released his vassal beast, this mirror world would be destroyed without a doubt. As a result, the people inside suffered a calamity. Of course, even if he didn't release his vassal beast, that didn't mean Wu Yan didn't have a way. Ding! A thought flashed through his mind. Wu Yan deflected the incoming sacred sword with a swing of his blade. He stopped retreating, he leaped up and bounced off the ground with both feet. He leaped into the air. Saber, who didn't have any intelligence, naturally didn't expect the enemy in front of it to suddenly disappear from its field of vision. It charged past Wu Yan, who had leaped into the air. He arrived at Wu Yan's side. Seeing this, Wu Yan spun around in midair and stomped heavily on the air. As if he was stepping on solid ground, he swooped down towards the saber below him. The Nian Temple Shana in his hand rotated half a circle and pulled it behind his back. Then, with a ferocious force, he swung it down at the saber below him. The sharp piercing sound and ferocious energy made Saber, who had rushed past, raise its head. The pitch-black holy sword in its hand turned, and the black mist on its body immediately rolled up like a gust of wind, covering the body of the holy sword. The surrounding air suddenly seemed to have been torn apart, bringing about a piercing sound of wind breaking. Then, Saber raised his holy sword and slashed at the sky. In an instant, a crescent-shaped pitch-black sword ray shot up and collided with Niedan Shana. Dong! The sound of the collision reverberated in the air for a long time. Wu Yan only felt an unparalleled destructive force being unleashed on Niedan Shana. Saber's magic slash exploded on Niedan Shana. Peng! With a dull sound, Wu Yan's Niedan Shana was blasted out of his hand. The agile long sword flew into the air. Wu Yan's expression changed after losing his weapon. In the distance, Rin Enben and the others also cried out. Ha! With another cold shout, Saber leaped up and slashed towards Wu Yan, who was floating in the air with its pitch-black holy sword. Careful! Rin Enben, Luvia, Ilya, Mio, and the others instinctively cried out in alarm. Only Hinajaku and Mikoto could see that Wu Yan's face, who is facing the attack of Saber, suddenly curled up into a small smile. Soon after, the group of young ladies saw it. Wu Yan, who was cut in half by Saber's pitch-black holy sword, disappeared into thin air. It was just an afterimage. Behind Saber, another afterimage suddenly appeared like a flash of lightning. Looking up at Saber's back, Wu Yan's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Lightning fist. Amidst a cacophony of electronic sounds, the bluish-white electric current coiled around Wu Yan's fist, imbuing his small fist with a ferocious power that one cannot ignore. Wu Yan clenched his fist and with an oppressive sound of tearing air, he viciously punched the back of Saber, who was still in a slashing position. Amidst a flash of blue and white, his fist came crashing down. Bang! A dull sound reverberated in the air, causing the hearts of the onlookers to skip a beat. Humph! Saber's slender body tumbled in the air as she felt a violent force coming from behind her, causing her to fly backwards. Before Saber could catch his breath, adjust his body, and turn around to counterattack, an unusual ripple spread out in the air and entered everyone's senses. Everyone, including Saber, who hadn't adjusted his body yet, turned their attention to the source of the unusual energy wave. What entered everyone's eyes was a crimson sky that covered the entire corner of the space. Pitch-black sabers, swords, spears, and all sorts of treasures that were made from iron sand slowly reached out from the crimson space and aimed at the saber that was flying backward. Wu Yan stood under the crimson sky with a triumphant smile on his face. Ba ba, as soon as he finished his words, the rain of relics covered the sky and the sun. In an instant, all of them fell on Saber's body. Bang! With a deep thud, Saber, who was covered by the black rain of relics, let out a painful grunt at the last moment. Then, with the rain of relics, it fell to the ground not far away. Kaboom! Like an explosion, the ground exploded. Regardless of whether it was those pitch-black treasures or sabers, all of them were buried in the fire and disappeared without a trace. We won. Not far away, Ilya was the first to cheer. She didn't hide her joy at all. Phew. Mikoto also let out a sigh of relief. Her cold expression softened quite a bit. Rin and Osaka and Livia regained their senses from the sudden turn of events. They looked at each other and saw the difficulty and seriousness in each other's eyes. This was because they had truly come to realize that, just how strong is the enemy that they will face because of the rank card, and how slim would the chances of them getting cards of all ranks be. What Rin and Ruvia didn't know was that their actions were being observed by Hinajaku and Mikoto, who were quietly observing them from the side. At that moment, Hinajaku and Mikoto looked at each other with an expression that said, "This is what I expected." In front of them, Wu Yan came to the side of Nyetan no Shana that was stabbed into the ground. He grabbed the handle and pulled it out. Even if he doesn't care about it, as Wu Yan's relic, Nyetan no Shana will return to its master's side. Also, the Gate of Babylon also has a recycling function. It will definitely retrieve Nyetan no Shana and the relic. It's a very convenient function. Caressing Nyetan no Shana in his hand, Wu Yan threw it back into the Gate of Babylon. He looked at the explosion in front of him and wanted to walk over. But the scene that appeared made his expression change and he stopped in his tracks. Wang, the surrounding space trembled and set off a shocking shockwave. In front of him, the fire was dispersed and the situation inside was exposed. Amidst the flames, a terrifying black fog was frantically rising up. Chapter 1458. Whoosh. Gales howled in the sky as they ran through space. They were like sharp blades as they scraped across the earth, bringing about terrifying whistling sounds. An ominous aura spread out from the flames in front of them. That aura seemed to be able to wipe out all life. It brought about an oppressive feeling. The black fog seemed to have substance. It turned into streams of air and swirled in the fierce wind that filled the sky, making whistling sounds. What happened? Rin Enbin, Livia, Iria, Mio, and the others were shocked. Even Chuju and Mikoto were shocked. What happened? On the opposite side of the black mist, Wu Yan looked at the center of the black mist. His eyes gradually became serious. In the whistling sound, the black mist formed a stream of air. It was like water flowing out of a dam. It rolled and flowed down. Over there, the saber, swordsman, whose black armor had been smashed into tatters, revealed his black ceremonial attire. He held a pitch-black sacred sword in his hand and lowered his head. His body was surging violently with a black-purple magical mist that resembled raging flames. An ominous aura that could frighten one's heart rose into the air. Ha! A beast-like roar came from Saber's body. It sent chills down everyone's spine. The black mist formed a stream of air that flowed to her side. It was like a tornado. It stirred up waves of air. Under everyone's shocked gazes, Saber held the sword with both hands. He raised the pitch-black sacred sword slightly. The black mist seemed to have found its destination. It flowed in the air and flowed to the black sacred sword. It then wrapped around it. That scene was similar to when Wu Yan used chaotic return to horizon dance. The space couldn't bear the heavy pressure. It started to creak. That's. Seeing this scene, Wu Yan's expression changed. The true name of the noble relic, liberation? Every famous relic that belonged to the heroic spirits in myths, legends, and history had a unique name that belonged to them. Among these famous noble relic, some of them were extremely powerful. Noble relic with amazing effects. Usually, when its owner used it, it would hide its power and use it as a weapon or tool. When the owner of the noble relic said the true name of the noble relic, this noble relic usually hid its power. When it was used as a weapon or tool, it would release its power and effect. It would release its true power. When the user said the true name of the noble relic, the process of releasing its true power was called true name liberation. It was like the spear of piercing death. When it was used normally, it would only be a sharp and tough spear. However, once the user uttered its unique name, that a spear of piercing death, would be able to unleash the terrifying ability of a piercing death, which would first determine the karma and then the karma, achieving a true one-hit kill. Now, what Saber was about to do was exactly what Kiran was going to do. True name liberation. Saber, sword weapon, was about to unleash the true power of the pitch-black holy sword in his hand. Not good. Rin and Osaka and Luvia's faces were filled with shock. That attack is no joke. Big brother. Wu Yan and I-san. Even Iria and Mio's heart couldn't help but beat faster. Their pupils shrunk to the size of a needle. Hinajaku and Mikoto didn't look relaxed at all, their faces were serious. White cherry appeared in Hinajaku's hand, and blue and white electric current jumped around Mikoto's body, proving how much importance they placed on Saber's attack. In the center of the field, Wu Yan stared at the pitch-black sacred sword that was absorbing the black energy into the sword. He felt the pressure in the air. He took a deep breath. Mana formed a flood around his body and exploded like a shockwave. What is he doing? Rin and Osaka and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. Is he trying to fight force with force? Everyone knew the answer soon enough. Wu Yan slowly extended his hand toward Saber. Amidst the mana flow, Wu Yan slowly extended his hand toward Saber. All of the mana in his body flowed and gathered in his palm. Then, two dark red magic arrays rippled out and intertwined with each other, forming a connection. Wu Yan is indeed trying to fight force with force. The crisscrossing crimson magic array suddenly broke apart inch by inch, and pitch-black cracks instantly covered the entire magic array. Within the pitch-black crack, a terrifying aura that was on par with the aura emitted from Saber spread out, instantly filling every corner of this space. Saber seemed to have sensed something, and the holy sword in its hand was raised as well. Surging black airflow surged into the sword's body. Finally, the pitch-black sacred sword turned into a pitch-black ray of light. At this moment, the entire mirror world seemed to be divided into two. Two monstrous auras collided with each other and set off a storm. The girls held their breaths. Their faces were pale and they didn't dare to move. At a certain moment, Excalibur, Wang, the space trembled, and a pitch-black beam of light cut through the world, shooting out like a bolt of lightning. Boundless and terrifying violent energy flashed from within the pitch-black beam of light. Everywhere it passed, the space emitted a sharp and unusual sound, as if it would collapse at any moment. This caused the hearts of the group of young girls to ring wildly as their scalps went numb. Dragon King sigh, in the face of such a terrifying ray of light, Wu Yan's expression didn't change at all. The mana in his body fluctuated. In front of him, on the cracked dark red magic formation, a white ray of light exploded. It was the exact opposite of the pitch-black ray of light. It flashed like a meteor and went straight for Wu Yan. Under the gazes of the girls, the white ray of light and the pitch-black ray of light flashed at the same time. They passed through the constraints of space and collided at the center. Heaven and earth fell silent. Boom, an earth-shattering boom instantly resounded through the entire sky. An extremely terrifying shockwave violently flashed past the point where the pure white light beam and the pitch-black light beam collided, enveloping everything in this area in a short period of time. Under this terrifying storm of impact, everyone's pretty faces turned pale. They were horrified as they built up defenses to block the terrifying storm of impact that was about to hit them. Boom! In front of them, the collision of the white ray of light and the pitch-black ray of light caused an overwhelming wave of fire and a dense flow of mana. They mixed with each other in mid-air and swept in all directions like the waves of the sea. The terrifying wave of fire swept in all directions. Even the girls who had erected a barrier were affected. The barrier in front of them was hit by the shockwave of fire and the shockwave head-on. It broke inch by inch without any suspense. The group of young ladies also felt as if they had been struck by a heavy hammer on their chests. They let out a muffled groan and their beautiful faces turned even paler. In the sky, the arc mirror that covered the entire sky began to break at this moment. It didn't take long for it to be filled with cracks. The shockwave of fire was like layers of scorching dark clouds. It covered a corner of the mirror realm, including Wu Yan and Saber. The fiery red shockwave rippled repeatedly, reflecting a blazing light that illuminated the shocked and heartbroken faces of the young girls not far away. A moment later, cold sweat flowed down their cheeks. In the face of such a terrifying attack that was almost comparable to a natural disaster, even the many young girls who knew beforehand that this attack would be extraordinary still felt extremely small and weak in their hearts. This kind of power could only be said to be possessed by a legendary hero who transformed into a heroic spirit. Under such circumstances, Wu Yan was able to fight a heroic spirit one-on-one and not be at a disadvantage. There was no need for anyone to explain how strong he was. It was already ingrained in the hearts of all the girls present. Even though they knew that it wasn't right, Rin Enbin and Livia still couldn't help but have such thoughts. Would he really be able to obtain all the rank cards from such a person? Chapter 1459. After an unknown amount of time, the two auras that had been maintaining the state of collision in mid-air slowly weakened. Along with the weakening of the horrifying aura, the impact of the fire waves that were like clouds in the mirror world began to dissipate as well. Instead, it was replaced by a thick cloud of dust that filled the sky that was still covered by the tattered arc light mirror that was riddled with holes. Then, the white beam collided with the black beam, and the place that was covered by the fiery waves was exposed to the air. The ground that was paved with red bricks had turned into an empty land. It was very flat, and there was not even a slightly bigger rock. It looked extremely desolate. In the middle of the empty land, there were two gigantic gullies. There was also a deep pit with a diameter of 100 meters in the middle. Light smoke was coming out of the pit as it floated in the air. At the end of the ravine, Wu Yan and Saber each occupied one side of the ravine, facing each other from afar. However, both of them were in different states. Dressed in a black ceremonial robe, Saber's body was shrouded in black mist. However, the mist had already thinned to an extremely low level. It was completely different from its initial appearance that could be seen with the naked eye. As for Wu Yan, he's clean and tidy, without a trace of being in a sorry state. However, he was kneeling on the ground with one knee, panting slightly. There was a look of exhaustion in his eyes. Looking at this scene, who did not know who had the upper hand in the collision just now? Or rather, it's more surprising that Wu Yan is only a little tired after taking on the attack of Saber's true name Liberation. Yen. Big brother. Wu Yan, bro. Apart from Rin Enbin and Livia, the girls shouted out instinctively, breaking the strange silence around them. They wanted to go up to him immediately. However, Wu Yan was staring at Saber. He shouted without turning his head back. Don't come over. The girls stopped moving. Ha! Contrary to the girls, Saber stomped on the ground and with a low growl, he turned into a black shadow and flashed in front of Wu Yan. He raised the holy sword in his hand and mercilessly slashed at Wu Yan, who was kneeling on the ground. Yen. Chuju and Mikoto's expressions changed. Ilya and Mio's faces turned pale once more. Even Rin Tozaka and Livia turned their heads away, unable to bear to watch. Only Wu Yan, who was facing a dangerous situation, did not panic in the slightest. He looked at the pitch-black holy sword in his hand and the saber, sword weapon, that was slashing down at him. He did not move at all. A victorious smile appeared on his face. The girls who clearly saw this scene were startled at first, but they soon noticed it. Above Saber's head, a feather that was emitting a faint glow floated down and fell down gently. That was the second strike of the Dragon King's lament, Wings of Light. It was an attack formed by the first strike of the Dragon King's lament. In a situation where Saber was completely unaware of the situation, Saber was completely unaware. The Wings of Light gently landed on her head. Dong! At that moment, everyone seemed to have heard a muffled sound that reverberated in their minds. Then, Saber, sword weapon's movements came to an abrupt halt as if she was struck by lightning. Her delicate body trembled and with a wah sound, she spat out a mouthful of blood. The pitch-black holy sword that was raised above her head and was about to slash down also fell down. How is it? It doesn't feel good, right? Such a voice lightly echoed as a hand reached out and grasped the pitch-black holy sword. Well, that's only natural. Holding the pitch-black holy sword with one hand, he pressed it down. With one hand holding the Anietsu no Shana, that appeared out of nowhere, Wu Yen looked straight at Saber's eyes that were covered by the iron armor. His eyes flickered with cold light. After all, it's just a small feather. It has the power to kill a dragon. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of something being torn apart entered everyone's ears. With a smear of blood, Nyedan Shana pierced through Saber, sword soldier's body and came out from its back, leaving behind a trail of scarlet blood. Saber, sword soldier's body became sluggish, and the black mist around his body also fluctuated and dissipated. Along with the mist, Saber, sword weapon's seemingly thin but actually well-tempered body also dissipated. Like starlight, Saber, sword weapon's body turned into tiny particles of light and dissipated. What replaced her position was a card. The design of the card was a knight holding a slender knight sword in front of his chest and making a knight salute. The words Saber, sword weapon, were engraved at the bottom. Taking a deep breath, Wu Yen extended his hand and accepted the Saber, swordsman, rank card. Card, Saber, sword weapon, a card made with advanced magic theory. It has the magical ability to trigger a hero spirit's power that corresponds to the card's rank. The usage method is as follows: limited expansion, using the magic attire as the medium and the card as the pass to the hero spirit's seat. The hero spirit's relic that corresponds to the card can be materialized for a short period of time. Note, this card is Saber, sword weapon, the hero spirit's relic is Excalibur. Parallel limited expansion, with multiple magic attire as the medium and the class card as the pass to the seat of heroes. Multiple heroic spirits relic corresponding to the class card can be materialized. The same relic can be materialized repeatedly. This is the overlapping expansion mode of limited expansion. Note, this card is Saber, sword weapon, the hero spirit's relic is Excalibur. Dream summoning, using the user's body as the medium and the card as the pass to the hero spirit's seat. The hero spirit's power that corresponds to the card can be materialized on the user's body, allowing the user to transform into a hero spirit and obtain the power of the hero spirit's corresponding rank. Note, this card is Saber, sword weapon, the hero spirit's relic is King Arthur from ancient Britain. Pendragon, Excalibur, the most powerful relic owned by King Arthur in ancient British legend. It is regarded as the most powerful and most honorable sacred sword that symbolizes King Arthur himself. It is an existence that stands at the apex of the category of sacred sword. It is forged by the planet itself, using people's faith as the raw material. It is one of the ultimate God-made armaments that crystallized inside the planet. It can transform the user's magic into light and release an attack that destroys everything like a beam from the front end of the sacred sword when it is swung downwards. It is the ultimate attack that can cut off all the targets that the slash formed by light passes through. Its power is enough to annihilate a solid structure like a city. It is the only confirmed existence that can be called a city-facing relic at the moment. Few, after confirming the information of the saber, swordsman, class card, Wu Yan relaxed his body and mind. He sat down on the ground and started gasping for air. As expected of the Excalibur, even the Dragon King's lament almost couldn't defeat it. I had to rely on the second strike of the luminous feather to win. Sure enough, compared to the saber with the same rank and trump card, the pressure is much greater. Yen. Chuju and Mikoto ran over and squatted on either side of Wu Yan. They put their hands on his body. Are you okay? I'm fine. Wu Yan smiled bitterly. I'm just a little tired, let's talk about it later. Chuju hugged Wu Yan and helped him up. She looked like she was treating a patient, causing Wu Yan's bitter smile to deepen. Big brother. Wu Yan, Enai-san, Ilya and Mikoto also brought Rin Dosaka and Livia over. The four of them had different expressions on their faces. Some were excited, some were relieved, some were confused, and some were silent. It seemed like they had a lot to say to each other. Wu Yan shook his head. Let's talk about it next time. I just want to go home and sleep. Everyone didn't say anything, they just nodded. Then, the seven of them left the collapsing mirror realm together. Chapter 1460. The battle with the saber had made Wu Yan feel the fatigue that he had not felt in a long time. There was nothing he could do about it. After all, the saber had the highest requirement to be a heroic spirit among the 7 classes. A heroic spirit that could become a saber might not be the strongest, but it was definitely one of the most powerful. Moreover, this time, Wu Yan's saber was the legendary King Arthur, Artoria. Pendragon. Based on the heroic spirits level, Artoria was definitely one of the top heroic spirits. Even though it was just a clone, it was already at level 75. Coupled with the Excalibur, which was a powerful relic, it was natural that Wu Yan would feel tired since his level was restricted and he could not summon his familiars. The Excalibur was not only a relic, but it was also an A++ relic. Every heroic spirit had its own ability value. Strength, durability, dexterity, magic, luck, and relic. These 6 ability values were also categorized according to their levels. The heroic spirit's ability values were categorized according to their levels, which were E, D, C, B, A, and EX. These 6 levels clearly indicated the heroic spirit's ability. As for the difference between these 6 levels, if one were to use numbers to make a comparison, the weakest normal ability value would be 1, then E level would be 10. From E level onwards, for every increase in level, one's ability value would increase by 10. In other words, based on this assumption, level E would be 10, level D would be 20, level C would be 30, level B would be 40, and level A would be the highest, which was 50. As for level EX, it did not mean that the ability value was 60. It meant that the ability value did not fit between level E and level A. It was already an exceptional ability value. In other words, level EX meant that it was beyond the range that could be evaluated. It was not comparable to the other 5 levels. As for average, in the ability value, after the E to a level, there would sometimes be a plus. For example, B+, A+, and so on. It meant that the ability value had the special ability to multiply in an instant. For example, if B's value was 40 and A's value was 50, B would not be able to defeat it. B+ ability value was usually 40, and it was no match for A ability value. However, B+ had the ability to multiply in an instant. It could double one's ability value in an extremely short period of time. Therefore, the B+ grade, which was originally 40, became 80 after being multiplied. It was now able to exceed the A grade of 50. Although it was only an instantaneous multiplication ability, a B+ class indeed possessed the ability to surpass an A class in a very short period of time. As such, there were very few heroic spirits who had abilities that could be doubled, and even fewer who had abilities that could be doubled. Level EX meant that the ability value was exceptional. Level E to A did not match this value. They were so strong that there was no point in comparing them. There was no way to use specific numbers to express their ability value. Level A, which also had the ability of ++, doubling, could also be used in an instant. Through doubling, it could be promoted to a level that was comparable to level EX. Excalibur was such an existence. Last night's saber, sword soldier, was specifically expressed by such an ability value. How should it be expressed? Wu Yan couldn't figure it out. But what was certain was that last night's saber, sword soldier, among the 6 ability values of strength, durability, dexterity, magic, luck, and noble phantasm, at least 2 of them were level A. Excalibur was level A++, which meant that the level of the saber, sword soldier, noble phantasm was at least level A++. Coupled with the black magic mist that was enough to defend against powerful magic and magic, it was already a commendable achievement to be able to defeat the saber, sword soldier, under the same level. Looking at it this way, after defeating Saber, Wu Yan only felt a little tired. If an expert were to find out about this, they would be shocked beyond words. Wu Yan, who was familiar with the original novel, was one such expert. Therefore, when Wu Yan found out that he was able to defeat the saber, sword soldier, under the same level without summoning his familiar or using ruby mode, he was very satisfied with the result. That night, when he returned home, he slept soundly on his bed. Therefore, Wu Yan forgot about a very important matter. It wasn't until the next morning that he discovered something. Saber, sword soldier, rider, knight, assassin. Sitting at the head of the table, Wu Yan's mouth twitched as he looked at the 3 cards in his hand. Where's Lancer? Where's Lancer? Chuju and Mikoto, who were chatting about girls while eating their breakfast, paused for a second before looking at him suspiciously. Are you talking about the Lancer card? Chuju tilted her head. Didn't you lend it to that black-haired girl? Black-haired girl? Wu Yan repeated her words in confusion before he recalled what she said. Yes. I lent the Lancer, to Mei Yu. Didn't she return it to you? Mikoto raised her beautiful eyebrows. That can't be right. That Mei Yu girl looks so cold, she shouldn't be the type to kick someone to the curb after they've outlived their usefulness. You can't blame her, Mikoto. Chuju rolled her eyes. After the battle last night, this guy didn't allow anyone to say anything. He only wanted to go home and sleep, so he rushed back in a hurry. Even he forgot that the Lancer card was in the other party's hands. The other party probably forgot to return the card, right? Also, the Lancer card was also taken from that Luvia girl. Mei Yu seems to be Luvia's little sister, right? Mikoto slapped her thigh. Don't tell me she doesn't want to return it. Didn't you just say that Mei Yu isn't the type to kick someone to the curb after they've outlived their usefulness? Wu Yan was embarrassed. Now you think she doesn't want to return it? The Lancer card belongs to her. Mikoto retorted. Even if that Mei Yu girl doesn't want to kick someone to the curb after they've outlived their usefulness, can you guarantee that Luvia won't do the same? Wu Yan opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. He didn't know Miyuki for a long time. In fact, it could be said to be very short. However, he didn't think that Miyuki would burn the bridge after crossing it. That's why he lent her the Lancer, Gunner, class card. Luvia, on the other hand, might not be the same. Since Rin and Osaka accepted Wu Yan's magic crystals so generously, it's not impossible for Luvia to assume that the Lancer card belonged to her in the first place. She didn't want to give it back to Wu Yan, right? Wu Yan shrugged in bewilderment. Oh well, I'm going to visit Rin and Osaka and Luvia anyway. I might as well check if the Lancer card has been taken. Visit Rin and Osaka and Luvia? Chuju and Mikoto's ears twitched. They stopped what they were doing and looked at Wu Yan with a fake smile. Why do you want to visit them? Chuju smiled, but there wasn't a hint of a smile in her eyes. Humph. Mikoto snorted. Her eyes were cold. It's obvious that the 2 arrogant girls were thinking about something else. I just want to know what to do with the remaining berserker. Wu Yan shook his head helplessly. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After all, we have an agreement. We should see what to do with the last Einherjar, right? Chuju and Mikoto stared at Wu Yan's face intensely. They were trying to figure out something from his expression. Wu Yan indeed had that intention. He raised his head and puffed out his chest. He didn't feel guilty at all. All right. In the end, the two girls reluctantly nodded. Remember to come back early, got it? Wu Yan smiled. Chapter 1461. Is this the area? Walking on a street that's neither too narrow nor too wide, Wu Yan looked at the houses of different sizes and styles. He scratched his face and continued walking forward. Rin and Osaka kept emphasizing that Luvia was a nouveau riche. Even though Wu Yan doesn't know how much property Luvia has, he still remembers the mansion he saw that day when he was in a hurry. In such a normal residential street, such an extravagant mansion is out of place. It couldn't be more conspicuous. Come to think of it, the people who live here should have some impression of it. Wu Yan only came here once under Mei Yu's guidance, but he can still remember it clearly. Thus, after walking along the alleyways of the residential area for a while, the roof of that conspicuous mansion appeared in his field of vision. The cold and vast iron fence also entered his sight. Now that I look at it, it really is a mansion. It's not an exaggeration to call it a mansion, right? Standing in front of the iron fence, Wu Yan couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the vast courtyard and mansion. It's comparable to the Spalier World Academy's special student mansion. No wonder Rin kept emphasizing that Luvia was a nouveau riche. After some careful observation, Wu Yan noticed that something isn't quite right with him. This is... Wu Yan reached out and touched the iron fence. He raised his eyebrows. I see, a magic barrier was set up. This is normal. No matter what, he was still the head of a family of magicians. He was also a famous magician. It was understandable that he would set up a magic barrier in his residence. After all, there are some things that ordinary people can't know. However, it's just a barrier that obstructs cognition. A cognitive barrier was set up. In that case, no matter what happened inside the barrier, under normal circumstances, the people outside would not be able to detect it. At the very least, ordinary people won't be able to notice what's happening inside the barrier. They will only see the peaceful mansion in front of them. Other than that, there's no other function. Of course, he can't rule out the possibility that Luvia set up other traps inside the barrier. Wu Yan touched his chin. He couldn't help but have a mischievous thought. Why don't I break the barrier? Barriers that obstruct cognition aren't that advanced. Wu Yan would have to rely on his ability to break them. He can break it with just a flick of his finger. This way, the person who set up the barrier can more or less sense the situation here. If that's the case, it will definitely cause chaos. Well, forget it, I'm not here to fight. In the end, Wu Yan didn't harden his heart and ruthlessly played a trick on Luvia. He reached out his hand. He pushed open the door in front of him. The cognitive barrier doesn't have any defensive effect. Once the door was pushed open, the barrier became useless. The real situation inside the mansion was exposed. Unfortunately, nothing unusual happened inside. The scene inside was exactly the same as what Wu Yan saw from the outside. It's just like an ordinary luxurious mansion. There's nothing strange about it. If one had to point out something that was different from a normal residence, it would be then, there's only one. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong dash, this isn't the sound of the doorbell. It's the sound of the alarm. In the air of the mansion, the sound of the alarm sounded like a bell. It echoed in the air. The sound was light and pleasant to the ears. It suppressed the atmosphere inside the mansion to the lowest point. Alarm? Wu Yan was surprised. He was stunned and then sighed. This is an unexpected situation, that's what he said. Wu Yan had an interested look on his face. He ignored the alarm that sounded like a bell ringing as he entered the mansion. The inside of the mansion is much more luxurious than the outside. Not only is there a hall big enough to play hide and seek, there's also a luxurious chandelier hanging from the ceiling. It's obviously expensive. It's not turned off even during the day. It's always on. It emits a soft and peaceful light that illuminates every corner. There was a staircase in front of the hall. Looking up from the staircase, Zhang Tai saw a wooden corridor on the walls of the entire hall. There were doors in those corridors. Zhang Tai guessed that the real residence should be behind those doors. This isn't just an ordinary luxurious mansion. Wu Yan pushed open the door of the hall. Under the protection of the sound of the alarm, he calmly walked into the hall and looked around. Then, what's going to happen next? As soon as he said that, a black shadow suddenly flashed from the corridor above. It leaped down and instantly stood at the entrance of the stairs. It's an old man in a suit. He's at least 60 or 70 years old. Please forgive me for my negligence. The old man pressed one hand on his left chest and bowed. His old eyes flashed with a sharp light as he stared at Wu Yan standing in the center of the hall. An uninvited guest. Indeed, I came uninvited. Wu Yan sized up the old man and he shrugged. But I'm an old acquaintance of the owner of this mansion. I have no choice but to visit, right? That's really rude. The old man said in a completely formal tone. But, as far as I know, my mistress doesn't seem to know a man of the opposite sex like this guest. If possible, can you let me get to know you first? Get to know me? Wu Yan tilted his body and he said with a smile that isn't a smile. How? First of all. The old man who was bowing suddenly tensed up. Like a spring, he shot towards Wu Yan and landed in front of him. First, let me know if you are dangerous or not. The old man didn't look like a 60 or 70-year-old man at all. With a side kick, he kicked towards Wu Yan's head with a strong gust of wind. Stop. Daoist. At this time, a familiar voice came from above. The old man named Daoist stopped his foot that was about to reach Wu Yan's head. It stopped above Wu Yan's shoulder, less than 5 centimeters away from his cheek. Wu Yan's hair fluttered in the wind due to the kick, but Wu Yan maintained a carefree attitude from start to finish. He didn't even look at the old man named Daoist. Smoothing out his messy bangs, he raised his head and looked up. He saw Wuxia, who was wearing an ordinary home dress, walking down the stairs step by step. She looked dignified as she stared at Wu Yan. There seemed to be some haze between her eyebrows. Back down, Daoist. She stopped in the middle of the stairs and said in a low voice. You're no match for him. Yes. Mistress. Daoist didn't hesitate and stepped back to the left side of the stairs. He straightened his posture like a loyal servant. Full of spirit. Wu Yan said with a smile. I can guarantee that you can live for another 20 or 30 years. It's not a problem. Thank you for the compliment. Daoist replied expressionlessly. Then. Wuxia looked down at Wu Yan and narrowed her eyes. You should tell me your purpose for barging in, right? Purpose? Wu Yan blinked and smiled. That's what I'm asking. But you already knew that I only have one purpose for coming here, right? What's so strange about that? Wuxia let out a cold laugh. I've only interacted with you for one reason, right? That's true. That's true. Wu Yan spread his hands. Unfortunately, you've guessed wrong. Although I'm here for the class card, I'm not here to snatch it or steal it. I'm also not here to look for you, not here to look for me. Wuxia was slightly taken aback and frowned. What do you mean? The famous magician family, the Edfeld family, always talks with their guests in the hall. And they do it in a condescending manner? Wu Yan crossed his arms in front of his chest and curled his lips. Sorry, my neck and legs don't have much stamina. They get tired after a while. What a troublesome guest. Wuxia rubbed her forehead. Daoist, welcome the guest. Chapter 1462. In a guest room, Wu Yan stood at the door and looked at the scene in the room. The corner of his mouth twitched. Wu Yan. In the room, Meiyu looked at Wu Yan, who suddenly appeared. Her small face was full of shock and immediately turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. For Meiyu, who was calm and indifferent, and looked at everything very calmly, this was a behavior that would never be seen on a normal day. However, seeing Meiyu's behavior, whether it was Wu Yan or someone else present, they wouldn't find it strange. For a normal person, if she didn't blush at this time, there would be a real problem. This was because the clothes Meiyu was wearing right now weren't her usual casual clothes, nor was it the uniform of the Suichuan primary school. In fact, it wasn't even the outfit of a magical girl. Instead, it was an outfit that was extremely surprising to others. It was a black pleated dress, the skirt was ankle-length and was quite fluffy, like a princess's dress. However, the style was more ordinary than a princess's dress. It was an ordinary style, but it was covered with a white apron-like coat with a white lace on the outside and a white lace headdress on the head. Maid uniform. It was a very standard maid uniform without any decoration or style. It was a very typical maid uniform. At this time, Meiyu was wearing such a maid uniform, and she was holding a tray in front of her chest. She stared blankly at Wu Yan, who suddenly walked in under Daoist's hospitality. Her small delicate face was covered with red. Shy? Of course, she was, right? Ashamed? A little. What was certain was that Meiyu wanted to find a hole to hide in or immediately escape from the scene. Woo. The tray in her hand fell to the ground with a clang. Meiyu covered her face with her hands in shame, as if she was ashamed to see anyone. She almost lost all her strength and fell to the ground. Calm down, Meiyu. Seeing this, Wu Yan hurriedly said. It's okay, I won't think that your hobby is strange because of this. I will pretend that I didn't see anything, after that. Wu Yan even turned around, intending to leave the scene directly, indicating that he didn't know anything. Instead, Meiyu panicked and ran to Wu Yan's side. She tugged at his clothes. No. Brother Wu Yan. Meiyu was so anxious that she was about to cry. This is not my hobby. Absolutely not. It's fine, Miyuki. Wu Yan didn't even turn his head as he yelled back. I don't know anything. I'll forget everything later. You don't have to explain. You misunderstood. Meiyu used both hands to grab onto Wu Yan. She wouldn't let go no matter what. She screamed in anger and embarrassment. It's really not my hobby. Livia forced me to wear it. Livia? Wu Yan, who was about to break free from Meiyu's hand and rush out of the scene, stopped in his tracks and looked at Livia in disdain. So you have a hobby of making your sister wear maid's clothes. What are you talking about? Who knew that Livia would speak with a matter-of-fact expression? Since Meiyu agreed to serve me, she naturally has to wear maid's clothes. Don't maids who serve others in Japan wear maid's clothes? Meiyu agreed to serve you? Wu Yan looked at Livia suspiciously. Then, he remembered. Meiyu wasn't Livia's biological sister. She was more like an adopted sister. To be precise, she was adopted. Before she met Sapphire and became a magical girl, Meiyu and Livia had no interactions. After she met Sapphire, she helped Livia retrieve cards and took care of Livia's daily life. She became Livia's sister. In other words, Meiyu was really serving Livia. Wearing maid's clothes, although it was a little ridiculous, it wasn't incomprehensible. As for meeting Sapphire. Before Meiyu became a magical girl, even Wu Yan didn't know where she came from and what kind of identity she had. After all, the original story of a magical girl Ilya, that Wu Yan knew wasn't complete until he first transmigrated to the Spalier world. Therefore, Wu Yan didn't know where Meiyu's identity would be revealed. He only knew some of the more important plots. Thus, it wasn't until Livia brought up some scattered pieces of information that Wu Yan finally recalled some things about Meiyu. However, since she's a nouveau riche, why don't she just spend some money to hire a maid? Wu Yan glanced at Livia. Is there a need to let a child take care of her daily life? Brother Wu Yan, I'm willing to do this. Mei Yu, who was still grabbing onto Wu Yan's clothes, shook her head gently. Livia took me in since I don't have a place to stay. That's why I'm willing to take care of Livia's daily life. Don't have a place to stay. Wu Yan squatted down and looked into Mei Yu's eyes. His wine-red pupils were as deep as a red wine that had been brewed for thousands of years. It gave Mei Yu a feeling that everything about her was seen through. At once, she turned her head away unnaturally. I think it's better if you don't get too involved in other people's lives. Livia, who was sitting on the sofa and enjoying her black tea, suddenly said. No matter who it is, everyone has their own territory that they can't let others intrude into. It's a small matter if you break into other people's home, but if you try to break into other people's hearts, then as Mei Yu's sister, I won't just stand by and watch. Is that so? Hearing Livia's serious words, Wu Yan pursed his lips. Indeed, everyone has an unspeakable past, but I personally think that no matter how unsightly the past is, without it, you won't be who you are now. Turning his head, Wu Yan looked at Mei Yu, who had her head lowered and looked a little depressed. He seemed to be talking to himself. A person can choose to hide their past, can choose to forget their past, can even choose to curse their past. However, they can't choose to run away from their past. If they do, it will only make the person who has the present more painful. Hearing this, Livia opened her mouth but couldn't say anything. She fell silent. Mei Yu's small hands tightly grabbed the hem of her apron. Her shockingly slender shoulders trembled a few times. After a long time, she raised her head. Brother Wu Yan. A pair of clear orange eyes filled with pleading imprinted into Wu Yan's vision. Mei Yu squeezed out this sentence. If it was you, if your past was forced upon you by someone else, even your life was forced upon you by someone else, then what would you do? Mei Yu, Mei Yu. Livia put down the cup of black tea in her hand and looked at Mei Yu in a daze. This was the first time Livia had a chance to face Mei Yu's past. In the past, Livia had asked Mei Yu to tell her about her past, but every time, Mei Yu would only remain silent. Now, Mei Yu actually revealed a bit of her past in front of this man. This surprised Livia, but at the same time, she also listened attentively. Forced upon your past and life? Wu Yan was startled at first, but then he laughed and gave such an answer. Whose life wasn't forced upon by someone else? Mei Yu was stunned. Livia was also stunned. No one can choose their own parents, the family they were born into, and the way they look in the future. This is what we call fate. Looking at Mei Yu, who was staring at him in a daze, Wu Yan reached out and patted her head. However, in this world, some people's fates can't be controlled by themselves, and some can be controlled by themselves. No matter if it's life or the past, even if you deny it, it will still happen. Perhaps this is the fate that can't be controlled, but we can't let the fates we control slip away. We can't let them become the past, we can't control them. Wu Yan revealed a fearless smile. People's present and future are the so-called destinies that can be controlled. In front of these undetermined factors, how to make them become factors that can be controlled and make them move according to one's will is what we have to do. At that time, even if life is forced upon you, you can live meaningfully. Even if the past is painful, it can become a simple memory. I just want to ask, Mei Yu. Wu Yan looked straight into Mei Yu's eyes. Do you want to control your own fate? Chapter 1463. Control my own fate. Mei Yu's orange pupils rippled, and she couldn't hide her wavering at all. At the same time, even her expression became timid. Can I? Are you that unconfident in your own future? Wu Yan said softly. Aren't you a magical girl now? You can fight on your own, you can decide to recycle your cards and become the Mei Yu now? Did you see Eiderfelt? Mei Yu's heart tightened, the ripples in her eyes grew bigger. That's right. Becoming a magical girl, helping Livia recycle her cards, fighting the Einherjars, wasn't that her own decision? Then, deciding her own future? Breaking free from her past and becoming a real Meiyu? Eiderfelt shouldn't be a problem, right? Brother Wu Yan. At this moment, Meiyu's eyes and face carried a bit of hesitation and a bit of hope. Can I really do that? Don't overthink it. The hand that was rubbing Meiyu's head slowly moved down to her cheeks. Wu Yan started caressing her delicate skin. You're no longer alone, you have someone you can rely on. Rely on. Mio met Wu Yan's gaze. Looking at Wu Yan's mesmerizing smile, she blurted out without any hesitation. Does that include Wu Yan? Wu Yan didn't expect this and he helplessly laughed. If you don't mind having me as your enemy. NN. Meiyu closed her eyes and she nodded with a faint smile. She leaned her face against Wu Yan's hand like she's snuggling up to him. Ahem. Livia coughed dryly and spoke with a sour tone. Meiyu, you can rely on me too. Shouldn't you take a look at my side too? Ah. Meiyu seemed to wake up. She moved away from Wu Yan's hand with a red face. Wu Yan was amused. Bang! All of a sudden, the door of the hall was opened with a loud noise. Livia. Outside the door. Rin and Osaka charged in at a ferocious speed, not even bothering to look. I heard that man attacked you, is that true? While saying that, Rin Enben didn't seem to have any intention of stopping as he charged towards Livia like a hot knife through butter. Unfortunately, Rin and Osaka was destined to never reach Livia. Because Wu Yan was crouching on the ground, he was in the direction Rin and Osaka was rushing towards. Bang! Wu Yan didn't even have time to react before he turned around due to the loud noise. Then, a soft object slammed into his body. PFFF. Wu Yan almost choked on his own breath. His body was entangled with the soft object, and he became a rolling gourd. With a roll, he smashed into the wall at the side, and his head hit the wall. Ouch! Wu Yan couldn't help but feel dizzy. It was as if he saw countless stars. He reached out his hand dizzily. Not for anything else, but because that soft object just happened to press down on his body. Wu Yan just wanted to push it away. But when he reached out, an even softer object fell into Wu Yan's hand. Ah! Then, such a cry of surprise rang out. Wu Yan sensed something amiss and he subconsciously clenched his fists. He rubbed the soft object. Whoa! After the scream, the sound this time was an extremely charming moan. Wu Yan was very familiar with this sound, he knew when it would sound. He froze on the spot and thought of a possibility. Could it be? With a stiff expression, Wu Yan slowly opened his eyes. He fearfully took in the scene in front of him. Then, Wu Yan saw. He saw a pair of slender and tender thighs wrapped in black high-rise pantyhose appear in front of him in a bifurcated manner, which was 10 centimeters away from him. Since her thighs are in front of Wu Yan's eyes, naturally, the delicate buttocks that are also wrapped in black high leggings are also in front of his face. Wu Yan's hand just happened to pinch one of the seductive buttocks in front of him. Wu Yan even saw the looming loveliness hidden in the black high leggings. Wu Yan was dumbfounded. He opened his mouth as if in a dream. Black lace. Who allowed you to say that? An extremely embarrassed and furious scream rang out in the hall. The soft object lying on Wu Yan's body lost its weight and left Wu Yan's body. Wu Yan didn't react until now. He raised his head and looked at the hall. Several people stood there with different expressions on their faces. Meiyu's cheeks were flushed. She covered her mouth with one hand and her eyes were full of shock. Livia sighed and covered her head with one hand. She looked like she had a headache. As for Rindosaka, her face is as red as a tomato. She covered her butt with her hands as she glared at Wu Yan who is lying on the ground. It's as if she has a grudge against him and she wants to tear him apart. At this point, if Wu Yan still can't figure out who that pair of thighs and buttocks wrapped in black thighs belongs to, he would have lived his life in vain. You. Rin's body trembled as she lowered her head. Her hair, which was tied into 2 ponytails, wriggled like the tentacles of an octopus. Last time, you already touched my breasts. This time, you even touched my butt. Wu Yan looked at Rin Enben, who seemed to be surrounded by black mist. A drop of cold sweat rolled down his forehead. He was speechless for a long time. In the end, thousands of words were condensed into one sentence. Quite soft. This sentence successfully ignited all the emotions in Rin and Osaka's heart. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. With a chilling laugh, the black smoke rising from Rin Enben's body became even denser, like an evil spirit, incomparably sinister. Mayu had already retreated to the wall with a frightened expression. Even Livia was afraid of Rin Enben for the first time in her life. She looked at Rin Enben with a frightened expression. Her mouth opened and closed, but she didn't dare to say a word. Wu Yan, who is still sitting on the ground, forced a laugh when he saw this scene with his forehead full of sweat. Rin. Miss Rin, calm down. Look at the black mist on your body. It's almost as strong as the saber from last night. It's not good for your body. Not good for my body. Rin Enben sneered. His green eyes started to turn misty. Since you've already ruined my body, I might as well destroy it. Ruined? Wu Yan was speechless. Is it that serious? Stop. It's useless to say anything more. Rin Enben yelled with tears in his eyes. Today, I will take you down with me. A few gems appeared in Rin Enben's hand. Magic? Livia and Mio cried out in surprise. Calm down. Miss Rin. Wu Yan shouted. Don't use magic here. You'll die. Didn't I tell you? Rin Enben shouted. What's the point of saying so much? Rin Enben raised the gems in her hand and stepped forward. She wanted to use her most prized gem magic to blast Wu Yan to smithereens. Today, however, was destined to be an unlucky day for Rin. Rin and Osaka's subconscious step landed on Mei Yu's tray that had fallen to the ground. Therefore, before Rin Enben could take out the gemstone, her feet slipped. Ah! Rin Enben let out a cry of surprise as he leaped into the air and charged forward. Who else could it be but Wu Yan, who was sitting on the ground in front of Ryu Enben? Under the dumbfounded gazes of Livia and Mio, Rin Tosaka pounced on Wu Yan. His head shot forward and with impeccable accuracy, his lips landed on Wu Yan's bloody maw. Wu Yan and Rin Enben widened their eyes in disbelief when they felt her soft touch on them. Time seemed to have stopped at this very moment. After a long time, a mournful wail resounded through the sky from the mansion. Chapter 1464. Sob sob, sob 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 sob. Rin Enben sat on the sofa with his hands covering his face. He lowered his head and sobbing sounds came from between his fingers, echoing in the living room. Sigh. At the side, Livia faintly sighed. Her face was filled with annoyance. Seriously, when are you going to stop crying? Sob 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 sob. Normally, if Livia spoke like this, Rin Tosaka would have already rebutted her. But today, Rin Tosaka didn't pick a fight with Livia. She even revealed a weak side that Livia had never seen before. She was like a pitiful girl who had been bullied as she covered her face and cried. Sigh. Livia didn't want to pick a fight with Rin anymore. She turned around and looked at Wu Yan with resentment. Aren't you going to think of a way to solve the mess you created? What? What do you mean by I created the mess? Wu Yan cried out in agony. No matter how you look at it, it's an act of force. I'm a victim too, aren't I? Wu Yan and I-san. Mei Yu picked up the tray and said expressionlessly. This is an act of evasion. Wu Yan was speechless. He wanted to cry but no tears came out. Then tell me, what should I do? If you're a man, then of course you have to take responsibility for me. Livia's eyes rolled as she suddenly suggested. How about I give you Rin Tozaka and you use your rank card to exchange for her? Then, you can do whatever you want with her. How about that? Boom. Just as she finished speaking, a foot kicked Luvia's face, sending her flying. She landed on the ground not far away. I knew you'd say something like that. Rin Hasaka, whose face was devoid of tears, pointed at Luvia and shouted angrily. Since you want the rank card so badly, then use yourself to exchange for it. After all, men like you who are full of fat, don't they? You actually dared to kick my face. Lying on the ground, Luvia grabbed onto the carpet and clawed a few holes in it. Immediately after, she leaped up. One side of her swollen face was filled with hatred. I'm full of fat. At least I'm more attractive than a skinny monkey like you who doesn't have a single piece of meat on your body. Huh? Everyone in Fuyuki City knows I'm more attractive than you, right? You're just a nouveau riche. Attractive? I almost froze because of this lame joke. Not only did he touch my breasts, but he also touched my butt. I had already offered up the most important parts of my body. Even my first kiss had been taken away by him. In the end, he didn't want to take responsibility after taking advantage of me. You call that attractive? Wah. Rin Tozaka's face turned red. He turned around and glared at Wu Yan. He grabbed Wu Yan's collar. How dare you not take responsibility? Wrong. Wu Yan broke out in cold sweat and tears streamed down his cheeks. You're focusing on the wrong thing. Oh, hi. Luvia immediately covered her mouth with one hand and let out a three-part queen's laughter. Did you hear that? I don't want to take responsibility for you. You. Rin Tozaka's veins popped out on his forehead. A dangerous smile appeared on his face. You really don't want to take responsibility for me? That's why I said you were focusing on the wrong thing. Shouldn't you be complaining about that? Wu Yan was sweating profusely. Besides, if you want me to take responsibility, how should I take responsibility? Do you even need to ask? It wasn't Rin Tozaka who said that. It was Luvia. Of course it's to marry this monkey that no one wants. Marry. Mayo's pretty face was flushed red, and her eyes were wide open. Marry her? Wu Yan and Rin Tozaka were stunned. They looked at each other and glared at each other. Then, one of them put on a fake smile while the other blushed and hurriedly let go of the collar in her hand and retreated. Marry. To everyone's surprise, Rin Tozaka's pretty face turned red as she bit her finger shyly. Isn't that a little too fast? How can it be fast? Luvia spoke as if she was trying to comfort him. However. But the next sentence was all that was needed. As long as your future husband gives me his rank card, I'll take care of everything for your wedding. The documents will be ready within an hour. I guarantee that you'll be able to hold a grand wedding tomorrow. If that's the case. I'm not far from death. Wu Yan had already sweated out all the sweat he had accumulated throughout the year. He shook his head with lingering fear. Hinajuku and Mikoto will chop me up raw before electrocuting me into charcoal. In any case, leave this matter to me. Luvia said in an unquestionable tone as she puffed up her ample bosom. I will definitely take care of everything for you. This damn nouveau riche. Looking at Luvia's arrogant smile, Rin Hasaka clenched his fists and wanted to punch her swollen face again. My life is decided just like that? Wu Yan didn't even have the energy to complain anymore. Even my name was found out from Meiyu, isn't it good? Meiyu said coldly. Sister Ling is also quite charming, isn't she? Is that so? Wu Yan turned his head away angrily. Compared to that, I'm more interested in why you look so fierce, Meiyu. It's nothing. Meiyu turned her head away as well. She seemed to have remembered something and took out a card. Speaking of rank cards, I haven't returned this to you yet. Wu Yan Nei, Lancer's rank card? Wu Yan looked at the picture of a nobleman and the words Lancer in Meiyo's hand. He finally remembered why he came here. I'm here for the Lancer. As if he found an excuse, Wu Yan wanted to change the topic. He took the Lancer's rank card and took out the other 3 cards. The card with the picture of a soldier riding a chariot, the card with the picture of an assassin with a dagger and a skull mask, the card with the picture of a knight in heavy armor holding a knight's sword and performing a knight's salute, saber. Lancer. Rider. Assassin. Wu Yan pointed the cards at Rin and Livia. Rin Enbin and Livia also stopped their quarrel and silently took out a card from each of their bodies. Archer with a bow and arrow, sage with a staff and a black robe, archer. Rin and Osaka said the rank card in his hand. Caster. Livia did the same. The 3 of them took out the cards in their hands and looked at each other. There's one more card. Wu Yan smirked. Berserker, I see. Rin and Osaka put away the archer rank card. You're here for the Berserker, aren't you? We agreed to split the loot after all. Wu Yan shrugged. Now, there's only one Berserker left. What should I do? Rin and Livia were silent as they looked at Wu Yan. Wu Yan and I-san. Mayu came to Wu Yan's side and looked at him with a complicated expression. Are you really going to fight us because of a rank card? Didn't I tell you not to think too much? Wu Yan rubbed Mayu's head and gave her a reassuring smile. Don't worry, even if things go that way, it won't be something you don't want to see, Mayu nodded, but the expression on her face was still not relieved. Since there's only one card left, we can only rely on our own abilities. Rin and Osaka said helplessly and unwillingly. The last Berserker, whoever defeats him will get the card. Hey. Livia seemed like she wanted to object, but Rin Enbin stopped her with a single sentence. What else can we do? Give up the rank card? Or ask them to give up the rank card? Livia said to Wu Yan. Let's do that then. Wu Yan smiled. Tonight at midnight. See you there. Chapter 1465. Fuyuki City, on the streets, the number of pedestrians gradually began to decrease, and the number of vehicles coming and going also decreased sharply during this period of time. The street lamps flickered one after another, releasing soft light, illuminating the dark streets. The windows of every house also flashed with light, making the night scene of Fuyuki City look like stars dotting the earth. In Fuyuki City, Wu Yan is kneeling on one knee in the main hall of one of the most prominent houses in the city. His finger is burning with a golden magic flame. He is stroking his finger on the ground in a rhythmic pattern. He looked very serious. Beside Wu Yan, Chuju and Mikoto were holding their breaths and standing on both sides of him. Their dazzling eyes were staring straight at the ground. Although they didn't dare to breathe, they tried to control their movements as much as possible so that they wouldn't disturb Wu Yan. As Wu Yan's finger continued to slide, golden lines containing traces of magical fluctuations were drawn on the ground of the hall, forming a precise pattern. Taking a closer look, it was impressively an extremely complicated magic circle. Even among all the magic circles, it was the most complicated type of magic circle. To be precise, it should be called a large-scale ritual magic circle. However, this so-called ritual magic circle was only a magic circle, and everything needed for the ritual was not in place. In other words, no matter what kind of magic circle Wu Yan wanted to use this magic circle to cast, without some of the items and layout required for the ritual, the magic circle would only be half-baked, and it wouldn't be able to display its true power. Time gradually passed, and the atmosphere in the hall was always silent. Wu Yan had put all his attention on the magic circle in front of him, and he didn't even have time to care about the sweat on his face from time to time. This showed how focused he was. Every time the sweat fell, Chuju would silently take out a handkerchief and help Wu Yan wipe the sweat on his face, so that he could concentrate on completing the complicated magic circle in front of him. As for Mikoto, although she wanted to help, but to be honest, she didn't. Given her personality, she would only make things worse when it came to such meticulous work. So Mikoto could only stand aside and stare. The only thing she could do was to try her best not to disturb Wu Yan. He didn't know how much time had passed. In the hall, a strange fluctuation began to take effect in the air. Those were the ripples of magic power emanating from the magic array. Along with this phenomenon, the golden magic array on the ground became increasingly precise and complex. As a result, the speed at which Wu Yan's finger was drawing the magic array slowed down. But it didn't matter. This was because the magic array had already taken shape. When Wu Yan's finger finished the final stroke of the painting, the intricate golden magic array on the ground suddenly released a dense mana radiance, illuminating the entire space. This phenomenon didn't last for a long time. After about 2 or 3 seconds, the dense light of mana fluctuated and suddenly dissipated. As for the intricate magic array drawn on the ground, it was moving at an extremely slow speed like a roulette. As it spun, it began to spin. Phew! Only now did Wu Yan let out a sigh of relief and stood up. Chuju took a handkerchief and carefully wiped the sweat off Wu Yan's face. "You've worked hard, thanks." Wu Yan couldn't help but smile. He reached out and gently shook Hinajuku's hand that's wiping away his sweat with a handkerchief. This caused Hinajuku to blush. "Is it over?" Mikoto also stepped forward and came to Wu Yan's side. Her brown eyes stared at the rotating magic array on the ground and praised. "It seems very powerful, it's just a dabbler. Without the ritual, even if the magic array is successfully activated, it can only rely on my own mana to maintain its effect. Once the mana is exhausted, the magic array will disintegrate. But, one night is enough." Wu Yan reached out and held Mikoto's hand. "Alright, you two, enter the magic array." Chuju and Mikoto looked at Wu Yan. They wanted to say something but couldn't find the words. They lowered their heads and walked into the magic array and stood in the center. Wang! In an instant, the faintly rotating golden magic array on the ground trembled, and its rotation speed abruptly increased by a notch. Immediately, rays of golden light shot out from the magic array and wrapped around Chuju and Mikoto's body. The golden light spun and danced around Chuju and Mikoto's body. It was as if there was a hand controlling them. They moved back and forth on the two girls as if they were weaving clothes. The scene was extremely dazzling. At the same time, Wu Yan closed his eyes and knelt on one knee again. He pressed one hand on the edge of the magic array and channeled mana into it to support the operation of the magic array and the formation of the magic array. Within the golden arc of light, Hinajuku and Mikoto's bodies were also slowly surrounded by golden light. As they circled around, they condensed into a shape. The shape of a costume. It was a white kimono with sleeves that reached the fingers. It was so wide that it could easily fit 4 to 5 hands. It was so wide that the hem hung down. Her lower body was a bright red long skirt that covered her ankles. When paired with the white kimono on her upper body, it was surprisingly harmonious. The front of the upper half was tied in a knot, which was unusually fluffy. When the whole combination was put together, people who saw it unconsciously felt a sense of relief. In place of their original clothes, the clothes that covered Hinajuku and Mikoto were none other than a Mikoto outfit. Of course, it's not an ordinary one. It's the ultimate defense formation formed in the form of a Miko costume, moving church. Tonight, Wu Yan's group, along with Rin Enbin and Luvia's group, will head to the location of the last rank card to retrieve it. On the surface, Wu Yan and Rin Enbin made an agreement that whoever defeats a berserker will get the last rank card. However, as for whether or not he can defeat a berserker, Wu Yan didn't dare to boast. Unlike Rin Enbin's group, Wu Yan was very clear about the situation. What kind of person is my opponent tonight? In terms of strength, a berserker is definitely not weaker than a saber from last night. If it wasn't for the saber's Excalibur, she probably wouldn't be a match for the berserker. Furthermore, the most troublesome part was not the berserker's strength but the noble phantasm that the berserker possessed. The 12 Trials. It wasn't a weapon, nor was it a defensive tool with an external appearance. Instead, the wielder himself was this precious artifact known as the 12 Trials. It's a noble phantasm that represents immortality. A terrifying noble phantasm. There were 3 effects of the 12 trials. 1. Turn one's body into the most tenacious armor. It could nullify most of the powerful ordinary attacks. No matter if it was a physical attack, magic attack, or even damage from a relic, if it was not strong enough, it would not be able to hurt the user of the 12 trials. Second, allows the user to regenerate after death. Not only once, it can be regenerated 11 times. Including the user's life, if the user isn't killed 12 times, it won't be completely destroyed. If the user has a strong magical power, it can even recover the number of times it's regenerated. Third, no matter how powerful the method is, once the killed user revives, the method will be nullified. If the method is used again, even the most basic damage will not be dealt to the user. What a noble phantasm. In a situation like this where their levels are restricted, Wu Yan has to think of a way to protect the girl. The mobile church with the title of Ultimate Defense Barrier was no doubt the most suitable choice. But, why is it a Miko costume? Chuju and Mikoto were confused. Chapter 1466. This is a high-end building in Fuyuki City. If one could come to the rooftop of this building, then no matter who it was, as long as they had good eyesight, they would be able to see more than half of the scenery of Fuyuki City. They would feel that they would be closer to the sky. The windows made of glass reflected the moonlight from the full moon in the night sky, like pearls flashing with a luster that made people's eyes unconsciously brighten. It was as if the windows themselves could emit light, bringing a faint light that was neither warm nor cold. The entire building is shrouded in a layer of blue light. It's very illusory. On the rooftop of this building, Rin Enben, Luvia, Ilya, Miyu, and the others who had changed into magical girl outfits stood in the center. They formed a circle under the night breeze and quietly waited for midnight to arrive. In addition to waiting for midnight, they were also waiting for the arrival of another group of people, so slow. Rin Tozaka glanced at the watch on his wrist. He lifted his chin and looked at the entrance of the rooftop. There are still 5 minutes left. Why aren't they here yet? What's wrong? Luvia looked at Rin and Osaka with a faint smile. Do you care about that man named Wu Yan? Huh? Rin and Osaka exclaimed in shock before he sighed. If there's something wrong with your head, I suggest you go see a doctor. Don't go crazy. You'll drag us down. Oh. Luvia raised an eyebrow. The smile on her face turned into a fake one. As expected of a sharp-tongued monkey. You. Rin Enben tilted his head. His smile turned sinister. Do you want to die? Era. Luvia spread out her hands helplessly. Don't be like this. If I die, who will help you guys with your wedding? The 2 girls stared at each other. Their eyes were filled with murderous intent. Seriously. Ruby and Iria's hands said in disdain. They're still so stubborn. There's only one last card left and they're still provoking each other before the war. I was right to leave them back then, their teamwork is quite good. Sapphire, who was in Mei Yu's hand, spoke up. Sister, there's only one card left. Stop mocking Lord Ling and Lord Luvia. That's true. Sister Ling and Sister Luvia are still very reliable at critical moments. Ilya blinked her big watery eyes and voiced her doubts. But what's with the wedding? Wedding. Mei Yu seemed to be a little puzzled. With brother Wu Yan, What's wrong? Nothing. After a short conversation, everyone seemed to have relaxed a lot. Although none of them said anything, they knew that this was the last enemy they were about to face. More or less, he would still feel uneasy. Perhaps they were trying to dispel the uneasiness before the battle by having such a conversation. 3 more minutes. This time, it was Luvia's turn to complain. No matter what, it's indeed too late. Well, isn't there a saying? Ruby waved her limbs in a mocking manner. The good show is always at the end. That means. Compared to them, we're just the appetizers, right? Rin Enben's face was filled with displeasure. Although I know what's going on, it's still annoying. Once the time is up, let's go in ourselves. Livia closed the pocket watch in her hand. There's no reason for us to wait for people who are late, let alone our competitors. We don't mean to be late. As though in response to Livia's words, such a voice resounded across the rooftop of the skyscraper without any warning, entering the ears of the group of young ladies. A gentle breeze blew from afar as if it was caressing everyone present. It whistled past every corner. Rin Enben, Livia, Ilya, and Mayu couldn't help but close their eyes. When the breeze stopped and the young ladies opened their eyes, there were already 3 more people at the scene. Excuse me. As usual, Wu Yan was wearing a black shirt and pants with a black jacket. He brought along Chuju and Mikoto, who were wearing a witch outfit. He had a gentle smile on his face as he looked at Rin Enben and the others. I'm slightly delayed by something, but I'm not late, right? It's also rude to make a lady wait. Livia crossed her arms. If it's possible, I hope you can come earlier. My apologies. Wu Yan smiled without any sincerity. There won't be a next time anyway, after tonight, big brother. Wu Yan and I-san. Ilya and Mayu greeted Wu Yan. However, his gaze was fixed on Chuju and Mikoto. His gaze turned strange when he saw their witch outfits. Why are you wearing a witch outfit? Rin Enben's mouth twitched. Don't tell me it's your hobby. Who would have that kind of hobby? Mikoto clenched her fists as she glared at Wu Yan with an annoyed look. I also want to know why you're wearing a witch outfit. It's quite convenient in battle, you won't have to restrain yourself. Chuju looked like she didn't know what to say. But there should be a lot of convenient outfits, right? Well. Wu Yan turned his head away awkwardly. Unknowingly, whether it's a hobby or for convenience in battle, let's end the conversation here. Livia opened her pocket watch again. There's 1 minute left. Hearing this, everyone began to concentrate, and their expressions turned serious. There's something I have to say first. Wu Yan spoke. The enemy we're about to face is very strong, very strong. Everyone was stunned and looked at Wu Yan in confusion. The enemy is very strong? Everyone should have been mentally prepared for this, right? Is there a need to emphasize it? I know you guys have a lot of questions, but I'm going to say this first. Wu Yan said this with an unbelievably calm demeanor. Once you realize that you're not strong enough, retreat immediately. That's not a piece of advice. Wu Yan swept his sharp gaze over everyone present. This is a warning. Wu Yan didn't say anything else after that. He didn't give them any time to react. He counted down the minutes and seconds in his mind and he started channeling his mana into the mirror world. Wu Yan's strange words made Rin Enben, Livia, Ilya, and Mio confused. However, they knew that now wasn't the time to ask. Ruby. Sapphire. Ilya and Mio ordered at the same time. Connect. Then, on the rooftop of the building, a dazzling rainbow light illuminated the dark night. The mirror world was a strange reflection world created by the distortion of the mana of the heroic spirits materialized by the class cards. Therefore, every time a materialized heroic spirit was defeated, the distortion of the mirror world would decrease and the area of the mirror world would decrease as well. Now, except for the last class card, the other 6 class cards had been defeated. The mirror world was only left with a pitifully small area. It was no longer as vast as the entire Fuyuki city. Because of this, the mirror realm, where the last grade card resided, was only left with an area equivalent to the size of this building. The sky was still covered by the reflection mirror. It rippled like the surface of a lake and gave off an illusory feeling. The interior of the building was dark, and the edges of the building were occupied by crystal-like substances. Entering this place was like entering a crystal mine. At least, it looked pretty good. In the dazzling rainbow light, a group of people appeared on the rooftop of the building in the mirror world. As soon as they appeared, Wu Yan, who stood in front of everyone, felt like his heart was being squeezed by a hand. His pupils shrunk and he shouted. Spread out. Boom! Before he could finish his sentence, the ground they were standing on shook violently and burst open. At the same time, a huge shadow rushed into the sky. Chapter 1467. Bam! In the center of the rooftop of the building, the ground under the feet of the group of people who entered the mirror realm suddenly exploded without warning. A violent impact exploded, bringing along with it a loud bang and flying gravel that hit the group mercilessly. Ah! Amidst the screams, the gravel that had lethality comparable to bullets hit the group of people one after another. With a strong impact, the 7 people, 1 man and 6 women, who were originally standing together, were sent flying and landed in all directions of the rooftop. Convert all magic power into physical defense. Physical defense on. Ilya and Meiyu were also sent flying by the frenzied impact and gravel, crashing onto the ground. The 2 of them turned pale and felt dizzy. Fortunately, Ruby and Sapphire had activated the physical defense function in the first place, allowing Ilya and Meiyu to only receive a layer of impact. The damage caused by the gravel and the impact was completely blocked. Chuju and Mikoto were also in the same situation. Caught off guard, both of them were hit by the impact and gravel brought by the explosion of the ground. Their figures were sent flying backward in an extremely embarrassing manner. However, they managed to adjust their bodies in midair in time and landed on the ground instead of crashing directly like Ilya and Meiyu. The immobile church on the 2 girls emitted a strange wave that outsiders could not capture, perfectly blocking the impact and the impact of the gravel. Even so, Chuju and Mikoto's pretty faces still looked a little pale. The only one who was not hit by the impact and the gravel was Wu Yen, who reacted in time and reminded everyone to teleport to the edge of the rooftop to avoid the attack. In his arms, Rin and Osaka and Livia were still in shock. Unlike Chuju, Mikoto, Ilya, and Meiyu, who had the magic attire and a mobile church to defend, these 2 were real mortals. If Wu Yen had not hugged them in time and moved them away, the 2 of them would have suffered quite a lot of damage. The 7 of them looked at the center of the rooftop at the same time, where a hole had been blasted open. Their expressions were equally ugly. In the hollow, a huge black shadow suddenly flashed and soared into the sky. It leaped into the sky, and with a heave, it landed heavily on the ground. Boom! With a muffled sound, dust flew in all directions, covering the huge black figure. However, everyone could still see it clearly. In the smoke and dust, the huge shadow straightened its body, its eyes flashing with blood-red light. It was a tall giant. He was at least 2 meters tall and was completely naked. Only a tattered bib was wrapped around his waist, covering the only part of his body that could not be exposed. The rest of his body was exposed to the air. His messy black hair was plastered to the back of his head, without even the slightest bit of adornment. It was extremely dazzling, and it fit the image of a giant. The muscles on its body bulged, shining with a steel-like luster. Its entire body was filled with power. Roar! The giant raised its head and stretched its body, which was full of explosive power, directly dispersed the smoke and dust around it. Such a small movement brought about a strong gust of wind. Together with the giant's furious roar, it turned into a wave of wind that swept across the rooftop. Berserker, Berserker, level 75, that's. Chuju's expression changed. Berserker, Berserker, he's the one who smashed the ground and rushed out of the building, right? Mikoto gritted her teeth. A strength-type opponent? Should I say, as expected of a berserker heroic spirit? What? Rin Enbin and Livia, who were lying in Wu Yan's arms, were also shaken. Smashed the ground? Rushed out? I don't have time for you guys to express your thoughts. Wu Yan glared at the berserker and barked in a low voice. The opponent is coming. Roar! The berserker let out a ferocious roar as if he was trying to prove his rank, like a giant who had fallen into madness. It stomped on the ground and rushed out. In front of it, Elia and Mio wobbled and stood up from the ground. Elia! Mio! Rin Enbin and Livia exclaimed. This startled Ilya and Meiyu. The two magical girls looked up and saw a berserker charging towards them like a rampaging chariot, bringing with it a piercing sound as it pierced through the air. Sapphire. Meiyu, who was the first to react, shouted. Activate all physical defense. That won't do. Meiyu-sama. That was all Sapphire could say before the berserker charged towards them and slammed into the two magical girls. Bam! With a muffled collision sound, the berserker used the most violent method. It used its steel-like body to crash into the two slender magical girls. Both Ilya and Meiyu groaned in pain. Their small bodies were sent flying with a sharp sound and heavily smashed into a wall. Their small faces were filled with pain. Physical defense. Ruby and Sapphire's frightened voice sounded. It's broken. Roar! The roar of the berserker echoed on the rooftop together with the sound of the two wands. Then, the heavy stomping sound echoed again. The berserker transformed into a charging chariot and charged towards Ilya and Meiyu against the air pressure. Shock appeared on the faces of Ilya and Meiyu. His physical defense had been completely destroyed by the berserker's attack. The magic barrier could only defend against magic attacks. It could not absorb any physical damage at all. In other words, if the berserker's attack was effective, the two girls would lose their lives on the spot with their weak bodies. They would die. Clearly aware of this point, the two 10-year-old girls finally could not hide their fear. Their beautiful faces were deathly pale, and their delicate bodies began to tremble. Elia. Mio. As Rin Enbin and Livia screamed in fear, the berserker charged at the two girls like a hot knife through butter. Beep beep beep! At this critical moment, a sharp electronic sound suddenly resounded through the entire rooftop, as if it was summoning something, incessantly ringing in everyone's ears. What responded to the sharp electronic sound was an extremely dazzling bluish-white light. You're a legendary hero. How dare you bully little girls? Following the loud shout, a thick bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, tearing the space apart and landing on the berserker. Don't you feel ashamed? Roar! Within the thick lightning bolt, the berserker let out an earth-shattering howl of pain. Its huge body began to emit light smoke and a burnt smell. Ha! Without waiting for the thick lightning to disperse, a cold shout mixed with the beep 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 sound rang out. Immediately, a pink stream of light flashed across the rooftop and collided with the berserker, who was in the middle of the lightning. Poochie! Blood splattered, accompanied by a tearing sound. A crystal sword directly pierced through the lightning surrounding the berserker and ruthlessly pierced its heart. Under the impact of the pink flowing light, the huge body of the berserker rushed out of the blue and white lightning. At this moment, the bluish-white lightning bolt is still in effect. Chuju's lightspeed dash actually knocked the berserker out of the lightning bolt. Just like how one would not be burned by a flame at extreme speed, Hinajiku's speed was unimaginable. She passed through Mikoto's lightning, and pierced through the berserker's heart with a single strike. Boom! Roar! The berserker only let out a heart-wrenching cry when it was hit by the crystal sword and crashed into the wall. Chapter 1468. The two of you. With a flash, Wu Yan arrived beside Ilya and Meiyu. He carried out the two little girls who were knocked into the wall by the berserker. Are you alright? Be big brother Wu Yan. Meiyu shook her head with lingering fear. I am fine. After saying that, Meiyu broke free from Wu Yan's embrace and stood up by herself. Although the berserker's charge possessed boundless might, not only did it instantly break through the physical defense set up by the wand, it even caused some damage to Meiyu. But, with the wand's ability to accelerate healing, Meiyu's injuries have already healed. It was the same for Ilya. She no longer had any injuries on her body. But, unlike Meiyu, Ilya was still in Wu Yan's embrace. Her pretty face was terrifyingly pale. Her hands were tightly grabbing onto Wu Yan's clothes as if she was grabbing onto a life-saving straw. The usual cheerful and naive look in her ruby-like eyes had completely disappeared. What remained was only a single emotion, fear. An unprecedented fear that was more intense than ever before. It was also the fear of death. Even after transforming into a magical girl, Ilya was still only a 10-year-old child. Unlike Meiyu, who possessed an unspeakable and extraordinary past, how could Ilya not be afraid when facing death? Perhaps it was only at this moment that Ilya truly began to understand how dangerous it was to fight against a heroic spirit. Ilya. Seeing the terrified Ilya, Kiran felt a chill down his spine. Meiyu grew silent. Hugging Ilya's petite body, Wu Yan could feel Ilya's shivering body and the cold sensation coming from her skin. Looking at Ilya's pale face, he couldn't help but feel heartache. Don't worry, Ilya. Tightening his grip on Ilya's body, Wu Yan entrusted her to Meiyu. Don't be afraid. Stroking Ilya's pale face, Wu Yan smiled gently. I won't let anything happen to you, be big brother. Ilya's lips trembled. She grabbed Wu Yan's hand tightly. You're not alone. Wu Yan also grabbed Ilya's hand and looked straight into her fearful eyes. Me, Meiyu, and the other sisters are all here, but... Ilya was still somewhat afraid. But, don't worry. Wu Yan gave Ilya a reassuring look. I'll end this quickly, so... Don't be scared, okay? Big brother. Seeing Wu Yan's gentle smile, Ilya's trembling heart involuntarily calmed down. Her pretty face also slowly recovered its rosy color. Seeing this, Miyuki, who was hugging Ilya, heaved a sigh of relief. Meiyu. After touching Ilya's pretty face, Wu Yan turned his head and looked at Meiyu. Retreat to Rin to Saga and Livia. I'll have to trouble you to take care of Ilya. Then. Hesitation appeared in Meiyu's eyes. What about the enemy? The enemy is already beyond your ability. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes. So, leave it to us. Roar. However, the berserker's roar was even louder than before, as if it was mocking Wu Yan's declaration. It entered everyone's ears. Boom. Boom, then, heavy muffled sounds rang continuously. Accompanied by the muffled sounds, two figures shot out like arrows. Amidst the shrill sonic boom, they smashed into the wall beside Wu Yan, Meiyu, and Ilya. The sudden turn of events startled the three magicians as well as the two magicians who were watching the battle from afar. They hurriedly shifted their gazes to the front. Roar, they saw the berserker whose body was pierced through by Chuju's sword and whose body was also covered with scorched black marks staggered as he stood there. He raised his head and roared. He received such a fatal injury. However, the berserker didn't fall. Instead, his body emitted a fiery red luster. Like a soldering iron thrown into a fire, every muscle on his body flickered with a red light. Under this red light, the berserker's body that was covered with scorched black marks jumped and returned to its original state. The iron swords that were pierced through his body also fell to the ground. Then, including the fatal wound on his heart, all the wounds healed. Roar, when the fiery red luster dissipated, the berserker returned to his peak state. Impossible. Rin Enbin and Livia's expression changed drastically. How is this possible? Ilya and Meiyu were also shocked. As expected. Wu Yan's expression darkened. The regeneration effect of the 12 trials has been triggered. No. It wasn't just the regeneration effect of the 12 trials that was triggered. The berserker was also resistant to the attack that had just killed him because of another ability of the 12 trials. Next, slashes, stabs, and attacks aimed at the berserker's heart. All attacks that can pierce through the berserker's heart will also be immune. This is the terrifying part of the 12 trials. With the 12 trials as support, the berserker won't receive any damage from the same attacks. It's the classic type of berserker that gets stronger the more he fights. Of course, the berserker's regeneration rate will also decrease by 1. There are pros and cons. There are still 11 more chances left. He had to kill the berserker 11 more times before the berserker would truly die. This is really... Even though he knew this beforehand, Wu Yan was still helpless in this situation. This is troublesome, it is indeed troublesome. The voice on the wall responded to Wu Yan's words. Even if I knew it was going to be like this, I still couldn't react in time and got hit. Hinajaku brushed away the rubble around her body and looked at her robe. She couldn't help but say. But this moving church is really sturdy. I didn't receive any damage after being hit by such an enemy. You got hit by 1 punch, but I got hit by 3 punches. Mikoto, who was standing beside Chuju, also pushed away the gravel around her and complained. It's good to be fast. Even the efficiency of dodging attacks has increased. Fortunately, Yan had the foresight to cast the moving church on us. Otherwise, let alone 3 punches, 1 punch would have taken our lives. There's a limit to that. When the moving church runs out of mana and gets hit, we'll be in for a lot of trouble. Wu Yan stood up and took a step forward. The moving church will reduce the amount of magic power it stores according to the strength of the attack it withstands. The stronger the opponent's attack, the more magic power that the moving church will consume. If you continue to be smashed like this, the moving church will collapse sooner or later. There's a limit to mana storage? Chuju and Mikoto were speechless. Isn't this the same as the monster's 12 trials? That's right. Wu Yan clenched his fist as he stared at the berserker. Either we exhaust the berserker's 12 trials regeneration count, or we exhaust the magic power stored in the moving church. Whichever side is exhausted first loses. That's easy to understand. Mikoto said with a smile on her face. Blue and white electric current danced on her red and white robe. What will happen? No matter what. Chuju grabbed White Cherry, her wide sleeves fluttered along with her movements. There's only one thing we need to do, this war of attrition. Wu Yan took a deep breath. Mana surged from his body. Let's see how it goes. Roar, the berserker roared out loud. His huge body tightened as he clenched his fists. Like a mountain, he rushed towards the 3 people in front of him and blew the horn for the real battle. Looking at the berserker charging towards them, Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto looked at each other and smiled. All right. Let's go. Chapter 1469. Roar, on the rooftop under the solitary light mirror, the unique roar of the berserker continued to reverberate in the air. So noisy. Mikoto, who was covered in electric sparks, spread out her slender hand. The rooftop of the skyscraper was like a large generator. Whether it was the ground or the walls, all of them flashed with blue and white electric current. With a turn, the electric current crawled up the huge body of the berserker like a poisonous snake. Roar. Unfortunately for the berserker's resistance to Mikoto's electric current was already built up through the 12 trials. With a swing of his fist, the electric current that crawled up his body was dispersed. Ha! At the same time, Chuju dashed forward like a flash of light and arrived below the berserker. Her body was not even half the size of the berserker, but she was able to unleash a powerful force. Amidst a clear whistle, White Cherry sliced through the air. The sharp blade with a cold luster was thrust out mercilessly and stabbed into the berserker's stomach. Clang! Kirin's sword, which was powerful enough to pierce through the berserker's heart, landed on the berserker's abdomen. This time around, the sound of metal clashing against metal was heard. Chuju felt like her sword had pierced through the city walls. The recoil made her hand go numb and she almost lost her grip on White Cherry. Roar! Taking advantage of this opportunity, the berserker's eyes glowed red. He clenched his fist and the strength behind it was enough to make Chuju's face change. With a sonic boom, the fist came crashing down on Chuju's delicate body. Wang! At this moment, purple magic circles appeared around the berserker's body and surrounded him. Soon after, chains that flickered with purple light emerged from the magic arrays amidst the light clanging sounds of metal clashing against metal. With a jump, the chains shot towards the berserker and wrapped around his fist and body that was coming towards Chuju. Roar! The berserker's huge body stopped abruptly as it was tightly bound by the chain that was coming at it. At once, it began to struggle madly, causing a series of intense sounds of chains rubbing against each other. Clang 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 clang. While the berserker was struggling with the chains on his body, Mikoto took the opportunity. Hinagiku brandished her white cherry, and within a short span of a second, she unleashed a flurry of pink sword slashes that landed on the berserker, but none of them dealt any damage. Clang 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 clang. At the same time, pitch-black iron sand swords rained down from the sky. Like lightning, they landed on the berserker's body. But just like Chiju's attack, the swords were sent flying as if they hit a thick steel wall. Damn it. Hinagiku jumped back and retreated to the side of Wu Yan, who is controlling the berserker with the lock, and Mikoto, who is chasing after him with the iron sand sword. Isn't this a bit too hard? Doesn't this mean my attacks are useless against him? Me too. Mikoto's tea-colored pupils stared at the berserker as she spoke with anger and helplessness. Electric shock, iron sand. We've tried everything we can, but it's immune to all of them. It has no effect on that monster at all. Yen. Hinagiku asked without turning her head as she stretched her hand that was holding White Cherry's hand. You always have a lot of tricks up your sleeve, is there really no other way? That's impossible. It's hard to say. Wu Yan had a bitter expression as he channeled mana into the lock. He's also trying to wrestle with the berserker who's struggling to break free from the lock. That guy has the 12 trials. The first effect of this noble phantasm is that it can defend against attacks that don't reach a certain level. As for the tactics I can use, they're useless if they're not strong. If I use the strong ones in this small space, we'll be dragged into it. So I can't use tactics that are purely offensive. Even if other tactics are effective, they can only trap him. Other than tactics, I'm also an expert in close combat and esper abilities. But as you can see, the berserker is immune to esper abilities. Stabbing, slashing, and other types of attacks are useless against him. My noble phantasms are useless against him. The only thing left is Neonden no Shana. I can only use fire to attack the berserker, but that won't be enough to deal any damage to him. Only meteor shower is left, but I'm not sure if it'll work. Wu Yan's expression was troubled. As for close combat, I admit that the primogenitor's body is strong, but I'm not a match for that monster. I'll only get punched if I go. What about the familiars? Mikoto finally gave up on attacking. She used all of her iron sand to form chains, and together with the chains of discipline, they bound the berserker who was howling and struggling. Even if you're worried about destroying the mirror world and can't release your familiars, you can still borrow their abilities, right? First of all, the Black Dragon's abilities can't be used. If we destroy this dimension, we're done for. Wu Yan pondered as he manipulated the chains. Natsuki's ability is mainly spatial manipulation, so the damage she can do is limited. The Guardian's abilities are similar to Chiju's. Stabbing and slashing won't work, and Kanon has no offensive abilities. Only Nagisa, Agrora's ice, and White Dragon's fire are useful. Of course, Wu Yan has more tricks up his sleeves. The 3 red jade modes can also be used against Berserker. Other than that, he has a few other trump cards that Wu Yan hasn't had the chance to use yet. Wu Yan had an idea. Chiju. Mikoto. Wu Yan cut off the supply of mana to the discipline lock and he jumped out of the fray. Buy me some time. Before Chiju and Mikoto could react, Wu Yan had already left. Roar. At the same time, the commandment lock, that trapped the berserker, had lost the supply of mana from Wu Yan and had also lost its power. When the berserker roared, his body stretched out and exploded. Don't wait until you're out of the battle to say that. Upon seeing this, the 2 girls cried out at the same time. However, they still relied on the impregnable defense of the moving church, on their bodies to face the berserker that was charging towards them. On the other side, Wu Yan leaped and arrived beside Rin Enben, Luvia, Ilya, and Mio. If we really can't do it, then retreat. Rin Enosaka gritted his teeth and said. Not only can he defend against a certain degree of attack, he also has regeneration ability and can resist our attacks. It's impossible to win against an enemy like that. The 3 of you are indeed very strong. This time, the enemy's strength is only on par with any one of you. In addition, the enemy doesn't have any rationality. If you didn't have that noble artifact, the three of you would definitely be able to win. Livia advised in a serious tone. Unfortunately, his noble artifact's effect is too scary, Wu Yan and Ai-san. Mio looked at Wu Yan. I also think we should retreat and discuss this again, big brother. Ilya didn't say anything, but her eyes showed that she wanted to leave as well. I know the enemy this time is too hard to deal with. Wu Yan stepped forward and stood in front of Rin Enben and the others. But, it's not like there's no way to solve this. After saying that, Wu Yan took out a card from his body. You're tuning in to the Carefree Valley YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.